What is up, everybody? It's your boy, the liberal loudmouth, and we are back again. Good morning. What's up, y'all? What's up? All right. Let's see here. Oh.
Senator Bernie Moreno from Ohio has introduced a bill that would end.
Oh, yeah. I got that. All right. What's up, y'all? Come on in. Come all. Let me at everyone. We are live. Come support the show. And bitch. What's up? I see one person, two people. Welcome in, y'all. Welcome in. Welcome aboard the shit show. It is the crazy train. Tiffer 770. What's going on? Jesse, welcome in. Mexican coach fan. Well, hell, I hadn't even started talking. What's up, Mexican? Or I should call you coach, I guess. Calling you Mexican just seems weird. What's up? You are muted, by the way. I cannot hear you. Yeah, Jesse, that was my thought. You're muted, so I'm going to give you 3 seconds. So 3, 2. Oh, there you go. You're unmuted. What's up? Okay, well, I'll just drop you. All right. Cool. Hey, if it starts off this way, probably not going to be a good day. We're going to have a bunch of crazy MFers coming in here trolling and shit. Let me get my live goal changed, actually. I like to start with the lower amount. What's up, Jules? Good morning. Oh, no English. Gotcha. I don't speak Spanish or whatever language you speak, so I mean, I could do hand signals, but I'm not sure how effective that would be. I don't think the people in the comment section would find that to be a very riveting conversation. Okay, let's start off with some roses. How about we do that? We'll do 50 roses. If you want to support the live, you know how to gift. And please start tapping. Everybody, please start tapping. Keep tapping. Tap, tap, tap. Good morning. All right, so today's show, wanted to talk about actually a couple of things, but the first thing, Bernie Moreno from Ohio has introduced legislation, wanting to essentially revoke dual citizenship, or end it, I guess I should say. And I'd like to hear everybody's thoughts. I'd like to hear the counter arguments, because to me, it's unconstitutional, especially if you were born a U.S. citizen. They can't just remove your citizenship, so I don't think that would apply anyway. But I feel like there's an argument to be made, and I'd like to hear if somebody can actually make a decent argument in favor of that. Jules says, I don't think one should be able to serve in our government and have dual citizens. Now, see, that is the same question I asked. I was on Lady Jane's panel this morning, and they were talking about this also. And I asked the same thing, and I think that's fair. I think that is absolutely fair. But, I'm sure some will disagree, and that's okay. But yeah, especially if you're from the I country. Just gonna say it. But honestly, any country. Now, I also, because I'm dual citizen, I'm a citizen of the Creek Nation. And so that bill, which I have here, and we can kind of go through it, it's pretty short. It's nothing crazy. It doesn't speak of exemptions in that way, although I don't know that they would consider it a foreign nation. But I wonder how that might affect, native people. Let me pull it up here. Let's see. All right, so here we go. We'll just get to establish that citizens of the U.S. shall owe sole and exclusive allegiance to the U.S. and for other purposes be it enacted, blah, blah, blah. Congress makes the following findings: to preserve the integrity of national citizenship, allegiance to the U.S. must be undivided. Existing law allows certain U.S. citizens to maintain foreign citizenship, which may create conflicts of interest and divided loyalties. It is in the national interest of the United States to ensure that United States citizenship is held exclusively in this act, in general, except as otherwise specified any term. Well, these are just the definitions. I'll move from that. An individual may not be a citizen or national of the U.S. while simultaneously possessing any foreign citizenship. Effective acquisition of foreign citizenship. A citizen of the U.S. who, after the date of the enactment of this act, voluntarily acquires foreign citizenship shall be deemed to have relinquished U.S. citizenship. Dual citizens. Not later than 1 year after the date of the enactment of this act, a citizen of the U.S. who also possesses foreign citizenship shall submit to the Secretary of State a written renunciation of such foreign citizenship and submit to the Secretary of Homeland Security a written renunciation of the U.S. citizenship effective noncompliance. An individual subject to paragraph 1 who fails to timely comply shall be deemed to have voluntarily relinquished U.S. citizenship for purposes of section such and such. I mean, that's basically it. And it just tells them how to go about, putting it forward and all that good stuff, or bad stuff, I should say. I'd love to hear people's thoughts. Let me check to see if I have any requests. Doesn't look like I do. Yeah, so, my thoughts on this are like what Jules said. If you're going to run for any office, I don't think you should be a dual citizen unless your dual citizenship is from a native tribe. I think that should be an exception. I think it, should be written into the legislation to make it very clear. Let me get through some of these comments here to see if we have anybody that actually disagrees or agrees with it. Huge conflict of interest. It's even funnier because he's from Colombia. Who is that? Marino? Is Marino from Colombia? Is that what you mean, Jesse? I'm a citizen of Mamdanistan. U.S. Constitution. That's funny. Yeah, in Donald Trump, let me just play this because this guy's he's just a hideous person. He'd probably agree with this based on, what he said here, but this is a clip from that press conference.
Taking in garbage into our country. Ilhan Omar is garbage. She's garbage. Her friends are garbage. These aren't people that work. These aren't people that say, let's go, come on, let's make this place great. These are people that do nothing but complain. They complain. And from where they came from, they got nothing. They came from paradise, and they said, this isn't paradise. But when they come from hell, and they complain and do nothing but bitch, we don't want them in our country. Let them go back to where they came from and fix it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Donald Trump definitely needs to go back because literally the only thing he ever does is bitch about this country. That's all he ever does. He bitches about this country. He talks about how terrible it is, how shitty the people are, how terrible the immigrants that make up this country are, and yet he'll turn around and call an elected official garbage. This is how this piece of crap refers to an elected official. It's garbage. I just, wow. The oppression, what's up?
Hey, how's it going, Brody, man? I appreciate people like you, man. Just, you bring the receipts and you talk your shit, man. However, this one thing's been killing me, man. I'm wondering if your panel or you can help me with this. We're constantly cutting taxes to these billionaires, but yet now they're cutting jobs. So I'm trying to get, I'm trying to understand. So why are we cutting taxes for them again? Like, why are we doing this? They're not offered anything. They're parasites, literally at this point. And I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to figure out how the fudge do we get the other side to see this? They're rooting to pay taxes to give to a bunch of billionaires at this point. A lot of our issues can be resolved if we would just hold our taxes and shit for 1 year from the federal government. But yeah, we seem to can't get that our footing under ourselves.
Yeah, I mean, how do we get them to see it? I think the only way is when they lose their job, they lose their health care, they end up losing their house, their vehicles, and everything that they own. Until that happens, I don't think these people will wake up.
You know, that's a conclusion I came to too, and I was like, "There's no way that that's the answer." But unfortunately, I think you're right, buddy. They just gonna have to. They gotta suffer and see it for themselves. Unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, and a lot of these people, they've probably never suffered a day in their life. Yet they just keep running their mouth and voting for people that harm others. While well, it wasn't me. I voted for my best interest while fucking everybody else over. So yeah, that's why I'm like, let the chips fall where they may. I think we have to do that.
Yeah, it's about to fall. I'm wagering with myself that we will probably be some civil unrest by next summer. Unfortunately, man. I mean, it's getting bad. The shit with Venezuela, the economy, it's like all of it's going to come to a head. It's literally a powder keg, And once you factor in the health insurance issues, and people probably will not feed themselves, and the whole SNAP issue, kind of gave us foreshadowing. What can really happen in America, and these people still don't see it. And unfortunately, like you said, they're gonna have to lose it all, and a lot of people are going to get hurt, man. And the crazy part is the boomers who really rooted for this are really going to suffer, man. It boggles my mind. And I try not to get sucked into the ethos of like social media, because it is just an echo chamber for all of us at the end of the day. But what they say doesn't match reality. That's what's getting, like, what they say isn't even happening. Like, oh, we're getting this. Oh, Trump's doing that. I'm like, dude, have you not seen a bag of M&Ms cost $22 in some states, man? Like,
I need my M&Ms to be cheap, okay? All right. I need my diabetes to be early onset.
Hey, look, brother, thanks for letting me vent a little bit, man. You stay blessed, man.
Yeah,
God
no.
bless America, man.
Appreciate you coming up, man. You're welcome back. Yeah, I mean, well, there we go. I'm going to bring in my alt real quick. Looks like I've got some people trying to join. I'll reset that timer. Daniel Houdon, let's see. You were the next contestant. Now, guys, once I reach my live goal for the day, I will open the panel up for everybody. Until then, it's just going to be one-on-ones, preferably MAGA or conservatives. They'll get preference right now. You can support the show and help me reach my goal by going to Crash App and Vimo. That's $LibLoudmouth or at LibLoudmouth. Send some love offerings, send some gifts. I've got boxing gloves up there. Once we get there, then we'll open the panel. Daniel, welcome aboard. How are you?
Great. Yourself?
Doing all right. What did you want to add to the discussion?
Well, I thought the dual citizenship, because actually I semi agree with what that law says, especially regarding members of Congress, that they should not have dual citizenship. Their sole allegiance should be to this country.
Okay, but
However,
so that does not address members of Congress in any way whatsoever. It's referring to everybody in the country.
well, exactly. But I'm just saying that it should. If
But I
it
agree
should,
with what you said. I agree with you.
yeah, it should be passed at least for the members of Congress. But I thought it was also interesting that two people that should be on that list are his wife and his son. His wife and son uh, both have dual citizenship to, what is it, Romania, someplace like that. So
Yeah, I
that'll
mean
be interesting to see.
his whole family is immigrants. His wife, all of his wives, I believe, were from other countries except for his first. So yeah, I mean it's but they
Melania,
they really don't
Melania,
care about all immigrants. They really just don't like certain immigrants.
yeah, but If you say that you have to have, if you're a citizen of this country, you can't have dual citizenship. His wife and his son do have dual citizenship.
Right.
Melania and Barron.
Sure. I mean, I assume
So
it would apply to them as well. They just have to relinquish. But again, I think it's bullshit either way.
you think it's okay to have dual citizenship?
I think it's okay to have dual citizenship. Yes.
Okay.
I mean, generally,
You know,
not if you're an elected official, you shouldn't.
that's my real contention with that. Uh, I'm the same as you. I honestly don't care if somebody has dual citizenship, but I do think it's a great idea for Congress.
Absolutely. But they'll find a way to exempt themselves if they do push this. But that law will be found unconstitutional even if it passes. So, with this Supreme Court, who the fuck knows? Well, Daniel, I appreciate your thoughts. Thank you very much. I'm gonna go ahead and drop you down. I have other people that are trying to get up, and we will see you later. Peace.
Have a great day.
Oh, didn't mean to cut you off there, Daniel. I appreciate you coming up though. Johnny T. You will be after Deej. Oh, now Deej, you're just buffering. There we go. There you are. What's up? How are you?
Oh, I'm all right. Um, I am 70 years old. I am a boomer through and through. I marched in my first civil rights march when I was 13, and I've never quit fighting since. I lost my husband this last year, and for the first time, I'm scared to death of what's going to happen. They took my $23 worth of food stamps and dropped it to $1 under the new math, and I'm terrified. I'm living with my daughter, and I want my own place. I want my own space. I'm too old to be living with my kids.
Yeah, I can't imagine what that feels like for you. And especially, also for children, knowing that they live in a country that will not support, people who've spent their whole lives building the country up, as I'm sure you did.
Oh yeah, I mean I've always been very political, very. I just, but this is the first time I'm frightened for our country, for the path it's taken, um, and dump Trump. I'm afraid.
Yeah, I am too. Like, so the difference between, let's see. So you said you're 70. So when was the Vietnam War? So you would, how old would you have been back then?
13.
So like, even back then, is it worse today than it was then when that was going on?
Um, I think it's worse today. I think we have a lot more. The people have more power. Uh, protesting Vietnam, Tricky Dick. Uh, yeah, I think it's worse today.
Yeah, that's pretty wild because I look back at the footage from the Vietnam War era and I always imagined that would have been a scary time. But if you're saying it's worse now, I know it's bad now, but that puts it into perspective maybe for some people.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
my father was a Marine and was not thrilled.
Yeah, your father made it out though?
Yeah, he was military police.
Oh, I see. Well, Deej, I wish you all the best. I hope, like, I don't understand $1 for Snap. What's the fucking point?
Oh, I
Even,
agree.
like it costs more to do the accounting and distribution of that than you're getting. So I don't know. That's weird, but that happens to my mom as well. Whenever they give like a cost of living raise, the SNAP ends up dropping. I think she gets like $7 or something now. Kind of
Oh,
nutty.
yeah.
Kind
It's
of nutty.
horrible.
Yeah, it's like no point. But Deej, thank you so much. I'm just doing one-on-ones at this time, but you're welcome to
Gotcha.
come back up when the panel opens up later. I do appreciate you being up here, and best of luck to you.
Thank you.
We'll see ya.
All right.
Let me go to Johnny T. Dot. Now, somebody in the comments earlier, I don't remember who it was, Expose Evil. Expose Evil said, you are in dual citizenship because you chose to be. That's actually not entirely accurate. I am a dual citizen, and I was born that way. So there are situations where it's not a choice. Also, if you're running from a country, for violent, get rid of violence, I'm not sure that's your choice necessarily. Johnny, welcome in, man. How you doing?
Good morning. How you doing?
I'm all right.
Awesome. I'll try and make this quick. So, like, I'm. It sounds like I'm kind of in the same position as you. I was born in Canada, but you moved to the U.S. when I was a young kid with my family. I'm 44 years old, live in Florida, so I have Canadian dual. Obviously, when I got my American citizenship, I had to surrender my Canadian, but under the Americans' eyes, they only see it that way. Under Canadian, I still have my passport. I can go there anytime I want, whatever. I also have Finnish citizenship because my grandparents moved from Finland after World War II. And if you are a direct ascendant of either your grandparents or parents, you're able to apply for that and get that as well. Even though I've never been to Finland, I do have Finnish citizenship. So it's only under the American government's eyes where they want you to surrender other citizenships, but that doesn't apply to the other country that you actually have citizenship in or are from.
Yeah, it's pretty weird. Do you know of any other countries that won't allow dual citizens?
No.
Yeah, it's kind of nutty. Well, do you think this would be struck down in the courts anyway?
I don't see how they would do it because it's only under the U.S. government's eyes. Other countries have their own laws and values, and so if you are a citizen of that country, America can't take away another country's citizenship from you.
That's well, it can relinquish your citizenship from the U.S. though.
Yeah, but not if you're
Birth here.
legal resident here and live here. What would they do? Just kick you back to wherever?
Well, I mean, you can, you don't have to be,
but they don't even know that
a citizen to be here. So
yeah.
I
So
mean, it's a weird. And I feel like it's just like a dog whistle, like, hey, look over here, look at me. My name is Marino. I'm racist like you guys. That's kind of what it feels like.
Yeah,
that this guy is just like, virtue signaling to these racists.
And if you've done everything legally and properly, I don't see why, what the big deal is. Certain people are born with. Like you said, you were born dual citizen. I kind of was, but not born that way. But as a young kid, that's when I moved to the U.S. So that's why I was granted dual citizenship at a very young age.
It wasn't even your choice at that point.
Yeah, it wasn't
because
my
your
choice.
Parents did it, and you do what your parents tell you to do. Right.
Exactly.
But anything that'll allow them to finish that pretzel and get salted. I guess they'll go with those arguments. But yeah, I mean, it does seem weird. Now, you can stay because I don't have any requests up. If somebody wants to come up, hit the request button. You'll be up next. But yeah, there are a lot of legal problems with this bill at all. It just, for example, the U.S. government cannot remove your citizenship if you were born here. They can't. Like
Yeah.
it's yours and forever, and they can't just remove you, as a citizen. So, and it doesn't even differentiate, natural born versus, birthright, or maybe they believe it's just implied that, they can't do that. So I don't know. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, and then like they can't remove your citizenship. Like I haven't like I've lived the majority of my life in the U.S., but like Canada won't just take my citizenship away, or just because I'm still a Canadian citizen, I don't see why the U.S. government would just revoke my citizenship for living here and paying taxes like a normal person.
So when do you think Canada is going to become the 51st state?
Never.
You sure about that?
Pretty sure.
No, I'll bring that up because I didn't realize how mad Canadians could get until one day we had like a U.S. versus Canada rumble on the panel. There was like 4 Canadians and 4 Americans. It was kind of wild. They were pissed. They were pissed at us. Like they had some like Canadian supremacy about them, and it was a little weird. But so now I razz every Canadian that I see about it, because I'm like, I didn't realize you guys were as vicious as you are, which is okay because Americans are assholes too. So
Well, it goes both ways. They call them maple magas.
maple, yeah, oh yeah, truth. You said truth. You said you're questioning that as well. What are you questioning? Elbows up, turned into we apologize for stating facts. Yeah, because earlier, Truth said you're a native. So I'm not sure what that means, but either way. No, I mean, it's so Canada, do they have any restrictions for politics, do you know, in Canada? Like, can you be a dual citizen and also run for office there?
Honestly, I don't know. I haven't been back to Canada in a very long time, and I don't really follow their politics. So
you're
but
basically
I believe you have to be you have to be born in Canada to run for government or prime minister, I guess.
Oh, so you can't be naturalized in any way. So it's similar to the U.S.
I believe so, but don't quote me on that. I don't know.
I'm gonna look it up. What countries allow dual citizens? No, prohibit dual citizens from holding office. I hadn't looked this up. I probably should have. This seems like a pretty good question, a thing to know. A bunch of countries restrict dual citizens from holding some or all public offices. Australia, dual citizens can't be members of parliament. Israel, offices that require only Israeli citizenship. Mossad director, Shin Bet director, high-level defense and intelligence roles, of course. India, also Japan, Philippines, Indonesia, Singapore, Kenya, Sweden, United Kingdom, Canada. There's several, a lot more than I thought there would be. That's awesome, though.
Yeah, so basically, I would never be able to run for government or any sort of.
Right. Well, you could if you,
unless I
you
move
know,
back
you,
to Canada.
well,
That's
you
where
could
I was actually born.
relinquish your Canadian citizenship. Like if we were to pass a law that says you can't be a dual citizen and hold office, you could relinquish your Canadian citizenship to run.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Which, I mean, that's a choice.
That's not something I'm going to do though either.
Right. I wouldn't either. Just because it's convenient to have, those dual citizenships, which is the conflict of interest that Jesse was talking about in the comments, which is the reason why I'm, to me, it does call into question your loyalty, but that's okay for an average American, but not okay for a politician. Somebody's supposed to be representing people. Now,
Exactly.
yeah, real quick. Justina, thank you for the $10 offering. And Bobby, thank you for the $10 offering on Crash App. I really appreciate that, guys. So we are making our way towards the live goal. So if you haven't gifted yet, let me reset that real quick. Now, did you see the video I just played of what he said about Ilhan Omar? Did you see that video? what Donald Trump said, Johnny?
No, I have not seen that. Unfortunately, I'm sorry.
Let's see. Yeah, I'll play it again. Of course, there's not that many people in here, so they probably all have seen it, but I'm just going to play it again because this guy disgusts me. All right, let's see. Well, let me rewind. Play, motherfucker.
Taking in garbage into our country. Ilhan Omar is garbage. She's garbage. Her friends are garbage. These aren't people that work. These aren't people that say, let's go, come on, let's make this place great. These are people that do nothing but complain. They complain.
The
And
irony.
from where they came from, they got nothing. You know, they came from paradise and they said, this isn't paradise. But when they come from hell and they complain and do nothing but bitch, we don't want them in our country. Let them go back to where they came from and fix it. Thank you very much.
Says the guy whose family are all immigrants and who bitches constantly about literally everything about this country. He hates this country, I would argue.
Yeah, it's absolutely disgusting, especially when his own wife, is an immigrant.
Right. And I mean, and there's questions about whether she lied on her, citizenship papers or not. Like Elon Musk, for example, we know he lied because he came here illegally. He was an illegal immigrant at one point. He lied on his visa. Yet he's still a citizen. I say deport his ass. You want to go round somebody up? Tell him to go back to where he came from, Donnie. Because that man is hot garbage. Matter of fact, I kind of want to put up this picture I've got of Netanyahu rear-ending Donald Trump. It's a fake picture, though. Well, we don't know with 100% certainty if it's fake or not. Matter of fact, let me... Shit. Hold on. So I did a video earlier since you're here, and we got somebody else. Yeah, Lonnie wants to come up. Okay. Well, let me go ahead and drop you down. Johnny, I really appreciate it. I can find my TikTok. I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much.
Take care.
Well, now I can't find my TikTok. There it goes. It disappears sometimes, and I have to find it. All right, we'll see you later, buddy. All right, Lonnie. Tish, you'll be next. Lonnie, what's up?
Nothing much. I just want to come up here and elaborate more on this dual citizenship and immigrant um, situation because Trump's grandfather dodged the war and ran over here. And then he went to go back, but they wouldn't accept him. So he came back here. And that's when his father, Fred, was born here in the US. So, yes, Trump's grandfather was an immigrant.
His dad's an anchor baby.
Yes, his dad is an anchor baby. And yes, 2 out of 3 wives are definitely immigrants. His first wife and now his current wife, and it's crazy how he's moving. But also, we have to go back to the EO um, that he did about birthright citizenship. And he tried to write an EO stating if you were born after sometime in 2026, you no longer get birthright citizenship here because allegedly these people are coming over here and making anchor babies just to stay in the US.
It's like, my family can do it, but you can't do it.
Right, which is crazy. So I think what he's going to do, everything he does is for profit, right? To benefit him. So I think what he's going to do is just like he was trying to sell citizenship for what was it?
$5 million.
500,000? Yeah, he's going to sell dual citizenship too. Like if you pay the right, because he's already selling pardons. This is why he's pardoning so many people. Because there was an article, I forget what newspaper it was, where Susie Wiles was like it said Susie Wiles and a bunch of other close people to him are vetting these people on who's getting pardoned. And they put out an article stating that, he was pausing the pardons, but it's because they weren't offering enough money. Like these people
The
that are
people
getting
that he
pardoned,
was going to pardon weren't paying him enough money.
yeah.
And now,
Like
how
as
does
soon as
that
I find
relate
the
to Susie
article out,
Wiles?
Susie Wiles,
Hmm.
yes.
So
Um,
you're saying that she was the one that was pausing it because of that, or
well, she's involved in it.
okay?
She's involved in the vetting process on who they're pardoning. And the reason they put out the article stating that there was a pause on it was because whoever was asking for a pardon, they were trying to nudge them to bid higher.
Wow. And
So
like
he
it's
and
a
when he
fucking
says he didn't
racket.
know that crypto bro, he didn't know that crypto bro. He never met that crypto bro. Like he never shook that man's hand or was in the same room with that man. That man offered him just enough money and he went ahead and pardoned that crypto bro. That's
Yeah,
what
let
this is
me.
about for profit.
I'm trying to find this too because I hadn't heard that before.
I
That
googled
article.
Trump's pardons on pause or on hold.
Let's see. Washington Post. How Trump upended a president's pardon power. Let's
No,
see
not
here.
that.
President views pardon power as personal. She told multiple outlets traditional rules. You said Google Trump pardons. Trump pauses pardon. When
Yeah.
when was this written? Was this recent?
Um, I want to say within like the last month or two.
Halts immigration
Um,
applications. Halts immigrants from traveling.
let
Yeah,
me
I
see
don't.
if I can find the article. Um,
Lobbyists big payments for clemency lobbying. Upended pardon power treats clemency as a tool for personal political benefit. What's not very no reputable source quoting Susie Wiles. Okay, yeah, I'll have to look this up.
yeah, let
I
me
hadn't
see if I
heard
can
that
find
before.
it, and then
I'm not finding anything
I will
about that.
type the name of the article in the chat as soon as I find
Sure.
the article again.
Yeah, no,
Um,
because I like it wouldn't surprise me. I believe what you're saying, but until I can
right,
put it up
right,
there,
yeah,
I'll just.
I had it screenshot because I did do a TikTok on it a few weeks back, um,
Oh,
where
nice.
it pretty much said like Susie Wiles and some of the other people close to him are like saying he's getting out of hand with these pardons and they have to slow them down. But the the highest bidder pretty much, I'm just talking in layman's terms right now, pretty much the highest bidder kind of gets the pardon, and they pause them to kind of like say
To get them
you gotta
right.
offer more, you gotta
It's
contribute more, you gotta donate more if
right.
you want the pardon, you know what I mean?
That's the
So
implication of it, though. They never actually said
yeah,
that. Right.
yeah,
No,
yeah, and that's
I
why I
got what
think
you're saying.
a
Yeah.
lot of these people are,
Yeah,
I think it
because
was as a matter of fact, I think the article had that name of the crypto bro in it, that uh
what was his
that
name?
his family, his I can, if anybody could remember that crypto bro's name, but his sons is an affiliation with that crypto bro. I don't know
Mm.
if anybody in the chat can remind me who that guy was, but his sons, it says in the article, like his sons are working with that crypto bro.
Wasn't that the guy that like he had that exchange or whatever and basically took a bunch of
Yes.
money from people?
Yeah.
Um, I can't
Yeah.
remember his name either,
And he
but
pardoned that dude.
yeah, I know you're
Yeah, he
talking
pardoned
about.
that dude. It's that dude is also spoke about in that article.
Yeah, well,
But let me go find it and hopefully
okay.
make room for somebody else to come up.
All right. Thank you, Lonnie.
Yep.
Appreciate you bringing that up. We'll see ya.
Yep.
Peace.
Yeah.
All right, Tish. I haven't seen Tish in a minute. What's up, Tish?
How you been?
Oh, pretty good. I hadn't seen you in a while. You doing all right?
Yeah, I've just been really busy. Um, work stuff keeping me busy.
Oh, you teacup.
Oh, I did. I'm good.
Anyway, what's up?
We're talking about pardons. What about Trump pardoning this Honduran guy that shipped 400 tons of cocaine to the U.S.?
Happy powder. Happy powder. Yeah, no, we were talking about that yesterday. I mean, it's pretty fucked up, right? Pretty.
It's
We're gonna go after the rug boats. We're getting the rug boats, but the biggest trafficker we're gonna give a pardon to, because this guy had actually donated to this Republican political activist group, like almost $1 million, 660,000. I actually have a letter that he also wrote to Donald Trump from prison. He starts it off with "Your Excellency."
oh boy. Yeah, I mean, how much did he pay?
Yeah, I don't know how much he paid directly, but from what I read, Roger Stone, he went and, Roger Stone is the one that kind of liaison between this ex-president and Trump. And so Roger Stone went to a meeting, and just within a couple of hours, the pardon came through.
Yeah.
Fucking,
It's the last one to talk to Trump.
One criminal to another. Hey, I got you, bro. I got you.
Yeah, trust me, bro. But the irony of that with all the stuff with the war crimes in Venezuela.
Yeah, because it's like, if you're the mafia boss, Trump likes you, right?
Right.
If you're the guy that throws everybody else under the bus, Trump really loves you. But if you're the one doing the crime, the thing that you were told to do by the other guy or implied to do, those are the problem.
Mm-hmm.
It's fucking weird. Which, the other day I saw a police department. This is kind of, off topic a little bit, but saw this police department trying to get somebody to turn on these two people in this picture. And they were in a Dollar General, so it was assumed that they had stolen something from this Dollar General. I'm like, man, fuck this. This company has been stealing from people for years. They were making their employees clock out and still work. They would do false advertising of their prices, and they got busted several times. So these people steal from you, and if they steal from you, it's a civil matter, right? That's what a cop would tell you. If a company did something that took your shit, the cop would say, well, that's civil matter. You got to take them to court. But the moment you take bread or sandwich meat or whatever, all of a sudden it's a crime. Fuck these people. It's the same thing here where, if you're the one stealing and you're at the top and you got all the money, you get a pass. But if you're the one down on the bottom, you get fucked.
Yep. And then I've got a personal ICE story.
ICE?
ICE was in Charlotte. I live in Charlotte. ICE was in Charlotte 10 days, 2 weeks ago, busting up people. And the woman that cleans my girlfriend's house, husband, they're Mexican.
Wait,
the woman who cleans, anyway, she's a housekeeper. Anyway,
Okay.
Her husband was afraid to go to work because he was afraid he was going to get picked up, and he got fired. And, they were absolutely beside themselves about that. So, I mean, it just goes to show the cruelty of what's going on, and that they just don't care.
They don't.
I mean, and it's just really sad because, I mean, this woman, it was the week of Thanksgiving. Her husband loses her job because he was afraid to go to work. And that just hit home, I guess. It just is the absurdity and the cruelty of what's going on, but the cruelty is the point, right? So.
Right. Well, I guess the upside to that is at least they aren't sitting behind bars wondering if they're going to be forced to go back to a country.
They did the right thing, but the other thing that happened in Charlotte is that school attendance dropped by 20 or 25% that week that ICE was here. Just you see the direct effect on the community and the terror that these agents are causing.
Yeah.
And I will tell you, they are not the best people among us either.
Who's that?
The ICE agents.
Oh, of course not. These are trailer trash motherfuckers.
Thugs. They attacked the Capitol on January 6th, and they got new jobs.
Yep, roly poly. I remember saying, did you ever see that video that he's running after this guy was jogging, right?
Mhm.
And they're like running after him, some border agent. He fucking trips on the sidewalk. And I mean,
Right.
he hits the fucking ground. I couldn't stop laughing. Piece of shit. Like, damn, I hope you broke your fucking nose. Real quick, witchingly witchy. I saw you said Americans are not getting free business loans. Immigrants are getting special financial. I was homeless and watched it before my eyes. I'm not sure of a program that is not available to U.S. citizens that are only offered to immigrants. So
And
if
the
you
other
can
thing about
elaborate on that, I would appreciate that because
and tell me how they can get this loan without a social security number.
right. Or like permission to be here.
Yeah,
I'm
I
not.
mean, it's just like, oh, they get medical benefits. How can you get medical benefits unless you have a social security number?
Witchingly witchy says Google it. Well, no, you tell me. You
Well,
made the
you Google it,
claim, so
son.
you tell me in the comments, like, tell me what I should Google or give me an article or something that talks about that because I am not aware of a single loan that is restricted from U.S. citizens getting that immigrants can get. I don't know of anything like that.
And it while you're at it, explain to me how they're getting health care besides emergency services.
Ziotalk is saying I am. What do you mean I am? Witchingly says you research. So it's one of those trust me, bros. I don't have the proof.
Yeah, right. I heard it
Okay.
on Fuck Your Feelings live, and so I believe it.
Right.
That's what that is.
Yeah, I mean, you're welcome to come up here if you want to like make your argument because I really don't. It was a genuine question. I'm not even saying that you're lying to me, but I've never heard that before, and I'm not aware of anything like it. So, and it's like I can't prove a negative, right?
Right. That's the thing with conspiracy theories is you can't prove them wrong, but you can't prove them right. So there, you're saying there's a chance. So, yeah.
Ziotek says it's due to racism in black neighborhoods. Well, so that is not what Witchingly is talking about, though. That's not what Witchingly said. So, I'll do the work because people saying false things. Are there loans available to immigrants that
Undocumented.
aren't available to people, to citizens? Yeah. It says some loan options are available to immigrants that are not available to citizens, such as certain ITIN loans and specialized programs for DACA recipients, refugees, or victims of trafficking. Conversely, immigrants may be ineligible for some standard loans or federal programs that are only available to U.S. citizens or permanent residents. This is the AI overview. Let me click on the link here. Okay, DACA student loans from private lenders. Seeing as federal aid isn't available to DACA recipients, so they can't get federal aid, and only some states offer assistance, another option is private DACA student loans. Some private loan lenders allow immigrants loans if they have U.S. citizen as a cosigner. A cosigner is someone willing to act as a co-applicant and be legally responsible for the loan if you end up missing payments. Empower financing is an option specifically designed for international students. The good news is that it doesn't require a cosigner or any credit history. Citizens is another private student loan lender that makes private loans available to international students so long as they have a cosigner with strong credit who is also a U.S. citizen or permanent resident. Ascent gives DACA students more opportunities to pay for college with or without a cosigner. DACA undergraduate students have the option to apply for Ascent cosigned credit-based loans, non-cosigned credit-based loan, or non-cosigned outcomes-based loan. So I think maybe you should take that up with the bank, Witchingly.
Yeah, because it's a private business and they can do whatever they want.
Yeah, I mean, loans that may be unavailable to some immigrants. Standard federal student aid is not available to non-U.S. citizens. Traditional SBA loans, well, as of June 2025, SBA loans are limited to businesses owned by U.S. citizens and permanent residents. I assume that Trump changed that. Considerations for all loan applications. You will need alternative forms of identification like an I-10 or government issued ID instead of a social security number. Without a U.S. credit history, expect to have higher interest rates. A cosigner with a strong credit history can help you qualify for a loan, lender type, down payment, blah, blah, blah. Now, this one deals with home loans. How to get a home loan in the U.S. as an undocumented immigrant. Traditional loan programs aren't an option for these hopeful homeowners, and they may lack the cash to buy a home outright. Their credit history, a key part of most mortgage applications, could also be lacking compared to other home buyers. Buying a home is an outright impossible for undocumented immigrants, though they aren't U.S. citizens. They do reside in the U.S. and have certain rights. Getting a mortgage can be difficult, blah, blah, blah. Options. I-10 loans are mortgages that don't require a social security number. Instead, they require an applicant's I-10 number. Anyone can apply for it with the Internal Revenue Service. Private loans. So, yeah, I mean, this is something, if you have an issue with that, that is not a federal thing. That appears to be a business, private industry thing. Yeah. Have you noticed all immigrants owned gas stations? No one else? Oh, come on now.
What? Can we generalize some more?
Is
Have
that
you noticed
what-
that all immigrants just eat tacos? Come on.
Is that what witchingly was referring to from the beginning? Well, it's not true. The large gas stations that you'll go to are not owned by immigrants. Quick Trip, as an example, is owned by Americans that started in Tulsa, Oklahoma. In fact, I know what you're talking about, but that's also motels. A lot of motels are owned by them. Why do immigrants, let me just ask ChatGPT, why do immigrants own a lot of convenience stores? Is there a special loan? Because from what I always assumed is they had money and came over and started a business with the money that they saved up. Short answer, there is no special loan. None from the federal government, none from the SBA, none from Biden, Obama, Trump, or anyone else. This is literally what ChatGPT is saying. But there are reasons why immigrants end up owning a lot of convenience stores, motels, taxi companies, liquor stores, and small retail shops. And the reasons are economic, cultural, and structural, not some secret program. Immigrants don't get a special loan, but they do use different lending networks. There are 0 federal programs reserving money for immigrants. What does exist? Ethnic community lending circles, rotating credit associations, family pooled capital, high trust informal loans. Examples include Hawan, Ayuto, Susu, Tanda, Gongi, Nabati, Ki, depending on the community. These systems work like this. A group of 10 to 20 families each put in $500 a month, and every month one person gets the $5,000 to $10,000 lump sum. No interest, high trust. Americans almost never do this, but immigrant communities do it constantly. This is why they can open businesses, not because the government gives them anything. That's one of the ways. Convenience stores and gas stations are one of the few businesses available to new immigrants. You don't need perfect English. You don't need U.S. education credentials. You don't need formal licensing beyond basic business registration. Margins are predictable. Inventory financing is straightforward. The store often comes with a place to live. The hours are long but flexible. Immigrants tend to take risks Americans avoid. Convenience stores in the U.S. are long hours, high crime exposure, low margins, stressful, hard to staff, hard to sell. Most Americans simply don't want the job. Immigrant families will take these jobs because they need stability, self-employment, a place to live, a way to bring other family members. So there you go.
Yep, which raises another point. The immigrants do jobs that most
Won't
Americans
do.
think they're too good to do.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So here's another. It says another reason: banks often won't lend to poor Americans, but will lend to immigrant business families. That's interesting. So banks often see first-generation immigrant families, multi-generational pooled wealth, tight-knit community guarantees, lower default rates as good credit risks. Meanwhile, poor Americans have no guarantors, no collateral, bad credit, no co-signers, no community lending networks. I mean, that makes sense. But again, take it up with the bank. So I guess Witchingly is upset about, them owning businesses and Witchingly not owning a business.
Well, he didn't have an immigrant community bank in his burg, wherever he lives.
Right. I wonder if you can actually get an ITIN number if you already have a social. I wonder if that's illegal. Because then, witchingly, what you could do is you could get this ITIN number and go in there and use hand signals when you go to the bank. Since you think that they just lend to immigrants willy-nilly, maybe you can go in there and do hand signals and tell them, I don't speak English, right?
I don't have any credit.
Yeah. I have no credit. Here's my ITIN number. Yeah, give me some money to start a convenience store, and then you can get right on it. Let me look exactly. They don't even speak English. Yeah, so what? I tell you what. I used to deliver for Coca-Cola, and God, I tell you, that's a hard job, guys. If you don't know, that's a fucking. I mean, that's probably one of the hardest jobs I've ever had. Just physically demanding. Anyway, and I would go to those, shops all the time. They're some of the nicest people. The ones that are owned by the Americans, fucking assholes. Those people are assholes. Yeah. I know. Of course, the one irritation that I would have with those stores that were on my route, they would I'd have to stand there. They would go through every fucking item and verify the price that they were told they were going to get. And so they would have their book and the receipt that I'd print off, and they'd go through, every single item. It was, it was a little irritating because it took time, and your day was done when your route was finished. So if they took too much time, it's like, now I've got to, I'll end up working till 5 or 6 at night. But yeah, that's crazy. Nobody here hates witches, witchingly. I'm married to one. Okay. That's fucking weird. I don't know. I just saw that comment and figured I'd. So witchingly, does that help you understand things? Or is there something else, some other secret cabal of immigrant lenders that you would like to address? Because I want to know about the cabal too. I'm all about the cabal.
Is that like the Democrat pedophile cabal that they raged about for 10 years?
Yeah, it's ping pong convenience store. Every time they order a case of soft drinks, they're actually ordering children. You see, I have it because I saw the emails where they're like, I need a case of NOS to the Coca-Cola, but reality that it's a distribution center for children. That's the Republican way. I do TikTok promote. Okay. Are you just trolling, or is this one of my haters disguised as somebody that's interested in actually talking? Married Democrat, witch, just living my life. A Democrat with 3 blue waves in your bio, and you're over here complaining because the immigrants run convenience stores. Do you think we're stupid? Does this person think we're stupid?
I don't know.
Witchingly says, I care. That's funny. Well, Tish, Lonnie's going to come back up here. Let me drop you again. We're not going to open the panel up until we reach the goal. So if you're wanting to come back, you're welcome to come back. Thanks, Tish.
Yep, good to
I
talk to you.
appreciate it, man. Yep. See
Have
ya.
a great afternoon.
Peace. Lonnie's got more info, I hope. What's up, Lonnie?
Yes, I found it. It was an NBC's news article. It
All
was
right.
posted on October 24th.
NBC, what's the title?
The White House tightens the clemency process as Trump resumes pardons.
The clemency process. Okay. As Trump resumes. Okay, I found it. People familiar with pardons discussions told NBC News that top White House officials became concerned about attempts from outsiders to profit from the clemency process. Shit from the outside, horse shit. Oh, Sarah, thank you for the $10. I appreciate that. We're still on our way. And please keep tapping. We haven't got to 10K yet, but let's get there. So let's go over this real quick, shall we? So does it actually talks about the money with the pardons?
It does in a way, not like 100%, but as you read it, it'll make sense. It'll jump out at you.
Okay, as soon as Donald Trump took office, he began using clemency power at a steady clip. Started with the pardons of roughly 1,500 criminal defendants for J6. 4 people familiar with this discussion became concerned attempts from outsiders. 2 of those people said the White House paused on Trump issuing pardons in order to get more control over matters. These people, like others in the story, were granted anonymity to speak candidly. Another factor has been the president's crowded agenda. Bullshit. This man, I've got to sleep. I'm so busy sleeping. 2 senior White House officials, more after reports emerged that lobbyists and consultants were advertising themselves as offering access to Trump's pardon authority for steep prices. That reminds me of, what's this fuck? The immigration dude that got the $50,000 bag of money at the border. Fuck, what was that guy's name?
Yeah, his border czar guy.
Yeah, it's not Basent. It's motherfucker.
Because it was supposed to be a sting operation.
Right. So they're like, I exist around Trump's orbit. And what's sad is that these people know how easy it is to get Trump to go along with something. You just stroke him off, tell him he's great, and say this person is, gonna help us out here with the fucking White House fund. So these people then go off and advertise to others. I can get you a pardon. I bet that's what's happening here. Of course, I wonder if Trump approves of that or if he just ignores it. You know what I mean? Like, that's crazy. While it's legal to engage lobbyists on these issues, Wiles didn't like the look. That meant making clear to those on the outside that she would not tolerate people trying to profit from the clemency process. Chief of Staff Wiles doesn't mess around, especially when it comes to outsiders wrongly tossing around proximity to the president to gain fortune and favor. Urgency grew after Bloomberg reported in August that 2 intermediaries seeking cash in on a burgeoning pardon economy were floating a plan to get Roger Ver, a man known as Bitcoin Jesus for his early crypto evangelism, to secure presidential pardon for him in exchange for $30 million. The report set off alarms in the White House. The 2 White House officials and 2 other familiar with the discussions told NBC News. In late May, news also reported received proposals as high as $5 million to press cases before the president. More recently, Bob Menendez, who is accused of bribing the senator with gold bars, paid $1 million to a Washington lobbyist with ties. Yeah, he did get pardoned, didn't he? Didn't he get pardoned?
I do believe he did.
Yeah, I think so. Huh. It ain't cheap. Getting out of jail ain't cheap, y'all. Let's see. Is ICE in the room? Witchingly, if you're just going to spam, I'm going to just remove you from the comment section. So if you want to, Tom Holman, thank you, Brianna. Yes, Tom Holman. Shit. Well, just asking 12 times in a row is not just asking. You're spamming the chat. Please don't do that. Pardon was not certain. Okay, yeah. So so you think though that he paused this in order to say, hey, we'll walk away from this deal if you don't like it. If you
I think Susie Wilds and the rest of them were like, hold up, wait a minute. You know what I mean? Like, let's bump up the price. you know.
Wow.
But we can't be blatant about it. We can't just come out and say, you know, pay us this much,
Right.
we'll pardon you. It's the highest bidder, you know. That's why when he says he doesn't know these people, he truly doesn't know them, because the highest bid, then they take the pardon to him and then fight the case for on their behalf because of the amount that was given. That's my opinion. Like, they come in with the highest bid of donations, quote unquote, and his cronies say, "Oh, well, um, this is a good number. Let's go ahead and get the president to sign off on it."
Do you think that he knows what they're doing? Or do you
Kind
think
of
that
hard to
they
hear you.
just do what?
Go ahead.
Do you think he knows what they're doing, or do you think they just know he's easy to convince?
I think he knows, like, I think he knows what's happening. I think he knows he's going to make a profit. Um, because everything with this man is for sale, just like with his dealings with was it the Saudis or Putin, where he was selling off floors of Trump Tower so that, like, these shell companies in Trump Tower for these people that didn't have ties to buying real estate in the US. Like, I guess he was doing that. That's how, from my understanding, that's how he kept his name afloat, was selling off his name um, to the highest bidder so that they could have access to the US real estate market, because they can't buy real estate here. So he was their middleman. And I think that's why he's buddy buddy with the people he's buddy buddy with, because he was the middleman. He is the middleman. And he owes these people a lot of money because they kept him afloat. They paid for his campaigns, both of them.
Right.
And so I think that one or two things is happening. A, his buddies say, this is what you have to do because you owe us. So we want these people free. Or B, people are coming with the highest bid, the highest donation, I should say. And he's like, okay, I can profit off of this donation. This is a good donation. And he's accepting them. And so when he says he doesn't know these people, he really physically never met them. He was never in the same room with them. It was just a dollar amount.
Well, he says that all the time. That
Right.
actually, you saying that reminds me of this video I just did earlier this morning. I don't know if you saw it. Let me play this. I don't know anything. He never knows anything, right? But knows everything. He knows nothing and everything all at the same time. This man is a fucking weirdo. Yeah, let me pull this up real quick.
Concerned, I didn't, I still haven't gotten a lot of information because I rely on Pete. I didn't know about the second strike. I didn't know anything about people. I wasn't involved in it. I knew they took out a boat. Pete didn't know about second attack having to do with two people.
He knows nothing.
So that's Donald Trump's story. I didn't know anything about it because I rely on Pete, and apparently Pete doesn't tell him shit. He's throwing Pete under the bus, and Pete's just sitting there like a good boy. Yes, Donald, give it to me like Benjamin gives it to you. But somebody just blew up that entire story, and that somebody is the press secretary for the Department of Defense, Kingsley Wilson. Take a listen.
The secretary has been very clear in every statement that we've released about these strikes that they are presidentially directed. And the chain of command functions as it should. But at the end of the day, the secretary and the president are the ones directing these strikes. And any follow-on strikes like those which were directed by Admiral Bradley, the secretary 100% agrees with.
And I love how Donald Trump claims
He knows everything and nothing. But no, let me fast forward to this.
5 engines.
this boat.
See these boats. First of all, who has 5 engines on the back of a boat going in weird directions and loaded up with lots of white containers? They're bags or things.
Lucky.
So he knows nothing, but he can describe the number of engines on the boat. He can describe the directions that the boat was moving in, describing things on the boat, but he knows nothing. I don't have any information.
Well, he has to run with plausible deniability because the lawyers are coming down on him. That's number one. Number two, we were talking the other day about uh, Admiral Alvin Hosley stepping down shortly after the first attacks. And I believe he realized then that there was some illegal orders going on then. I also believe that the reason Mark Kelly and them came out with their video was because they figured it out too, that there were some illegal orders given on that day. So now, what is it? They pushed the buck onto um, another high-ranking member stating that this person took on this second strike without permission, and that's what this administration is going to do. They're going to continue to push the buck because we know shit rolls downhill. And what's her name from? She's from New England. I can't remember her name all the time, but she had made a statement in the beginning of his presidency that while Trump has presidential immunity, the rest of his cabinet does not. And they should be very careful of what they're doing because they will, have to face the consequences. And Petey Boy will
Absolutely.
too.
Now, real quick, witchingly, I muted you. You keep yapping and threatening to call ICE and report people and get freedom of speech. I've muted you, but I sent you an invite. So if you want to yap, come on up here and yap. But I think you're full of shit. I think you're lying. I don't think you're a Democrat at all. I think you're one of those people. I think you're just in here to rile shit up or whatever. So if you wanna keep yapping, then come on up and yap up here. Okay.
I love how they think that freedom of speech is relevant in a business space such as TikTok.
Right. Yeah. And on somebody else's panel. So let me change the 5 minutes to the entire live. So yeah, go ahead and come on up here. Now here we go. Witchingly. I didn't think Witchingly would come up here, but what's up, Witchingly?
Hey,
what's
why
going
do you
on
guys,
down there?
why do you guys, as liberals, keep saying I can't have freedom of speech? I'm a witch. Sorry if you don't like my opinion and I'm a witch. Sorry, deal with it. Understand? Sorry, deal with it.
You being a witch has absolutely nothing to do with.
I have freedom of speech. I can say I hate you all I want, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Is this for real?
Hate you. I hate you. I hate you.
Is it because I'm an atheist? You hate me because I'm an atheist?
I hate.
What the fuck was that? Oh my God. That was like the greatest crash out ever. Joey, if you're listening, she just overdid your crash out. That was at 1 hour and 12 minutes. That's going on the wall of crash outs. Lady, you need to go and see a doctor. And not one, that deals with like cuts and bruises, one that deals with the mind. All in Dave, what's up?
Oh, what's up?
Or Allie Dave? No, yeah, All in Dave. Is that right?
Yeah, it's Alien.
Alien. Oh, I got you. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. I'm all inside of Dave. Anyway, what's up, man? Go ahead.
Oh no, I just that was funny. I just came up here to say that was hilarious. I was laughing. I was over here trying to do laundry.
Oh my God.
And that was hilarious. But anyway,
I'll probably get to rewind that so we can watch it again. That's pretty funny.
Popcorn.
Yeah. No, that's wow.
Anyway, I'm gonna drop down. I'm gonna watch.
Literally, that's all you wanted to do was come up here.
That was hilarious.
That was pretty funny. I feel bad for her if she's not trolling. I feel like she may be trolling, but
I don't know. I feel like she needs to go to a psych ward.
Yeah, I think you may be onto something there. You know what? I'm going to invite her up again because I want to hash this out. I really do.
Well, I'll let you do your thing. I'll drop down.
All right, man. Thanks for coming up. I appreciate it. We'll see you. Okay, guys. I've got to hold on. I got to cue this shit. Oh, here we go. Witchingly, you're just buffering now, but I appreciate you accepting my my request. I'm going to go to YouTube here. Yeah, that sucks. Now, it shows you accepted it, but you're just buffering. Let me disconnect you, and then I'll send you another invite. Let me do that. Let me send you another invite here. Because I don't want you to feel like you don't have freedom of speech. I want you to come up here and tell us how you feel. So what?
Hey, my husband's right here.
Okay.
My husband's right here. You want to talk to him?
Sure.
My husband is right here.
Only if he is at the same level that you are.
My husband is right here.
Okay, well, put him on there. Is he a warlock?
First of all, how dare you? For being an educated person.
I didn't graduate high school. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, well, that's the problem.
Please educate me. What do I need to know that I don't know?
You educate me.
Well, what do I need to know?
Because of witchcraft and everything, you educate me, honey.
Yeah,
discrimination, you educate me, honey.
What do you think that I said to you that was against your witchcraft?
I don't know. The disrespect was awful in this room.
No, I understand. I
have
that's on me. Okay, that's
opinions.
I agree.
If you don't like my opinion, then that's your problem.
It is my problem. And for the part that I took in that, I am very sorry.
If you don't like my opinion,
but only for the part that I took in that,
then what is your honest to God's problem?
Well, I don't believe in God. I'm an atheist.
Well,
so
whatever.
Honest to who?
Don't you have moral principles?
Moral principles about what?
Like freedom of speech and not attacking people because you don't like their personal opinion.
Well, can you tell me what it was that I said? Because I want to relive this.
I'm not going to entertain you anymore.
I really want to relive this.
I'm not entertaining your channel.
I want to deconstruct all of the bad things that I've done to you, but in order to deconstruct it,
you treated me like shit, and that's how it is.
In order to deconstruct this, I have to know what it was that I said. No, I would like to. I want to be a better witch.
I'd like to be a better atheist.
Well, you want me to help you out with that? I can help you out with that. Can you tell your husband to jump in there at any point?
Sure. Oh, he just reported your account. Fuck you.
Okay. So you reported me because I'm an atheist? How dare you?
I'm reporting you for freedom of speech.
Why don't I have freedom of speech?
Hey, it's illegal, and also in Massachusetts, it's illegal to record people. So I will
recording
sue you
me.
If this goes. Right?
Sue me.
It's illegal to record people in Massachusetts. So I will sue
TikTok.
you.
Then you need to sue TikTok because
understand?
TikTok is recording you right now.
And I'm gonna sue you.
You better sue TikTok because
I'm
what
gonna
happens
sue you.
is every time somebody
Liberal
goes live,
loudmouth, I'm gonna sue
every
you
time
for
somebody goes live,
discrimination.
TikTok for discrimination.
My husband was here. My husband's
If
here.
I was
He's
your
a
husband,
witness.
I would
I
get
don't
the
need to
fuck out
worry
of there
about
too. If I was your husband, I would have gotten
I'm
the fuck out of there
blocking
too. Why do you hate my freedom of
If
speech?
you record me one more time, I'm suing you.
Well, you're being recorded right now, so get that paperwork filed and send it
Good.
over to my attorney.
Good. Send it to mine.
No, you send yours to mine.
You send yours to mine,
you to
then.
me. You to me.
Oh,
and mine.
5-year-old boy, I don't have time for this.
I'm 6.
I have a right to my freedom of speech, and if you don't like it, then fucking get off TikTok.
I have a right to your freedom of speech.
It's called freedom of speech.
It's called freedom of speech. I want to talk to your husband, the warlock. Is he a warlock? Stop recording me. Guys, I don't know how much longer I can. Witchingly. And she goes, damn it. What the fuck? The Grand Wizard. Oh my God. You know what? I'm going to unmute her. I'm going to unmute her in the comments. I want to see. I'm sorry. That is.
I wanted to talk to her for a second, but now she's gone. So that's done.
Well, I'll send her another invite. Stop bothering me. Here we go. I'm going to unmute. Okay, guys, forgive any spam that's about to take place, which I apologize for violating your freedom of speech. You are now unmuted. There you go. Oh, my God. Johnny, was that entertaining?
Dude, that was great. That actually, like, my cheeks are kind of sore from, like, laughing.
That's the weirdest shit I've ever seen. I hope she's trolling. And if she is, that's pretty impressive. I don't think she is, but I hope she is. And if she is, she's the greatest troll of all time.
Yeah.
That's pretty.
But you can't make that kind of shit up. Like, I think that's coming from her own beliefs.
I think what happened was she was standing in front of the mirror the last time she did a spell, and it was actually cast on herself.
She had a mirror in the front and back.
Mirror, mirror on the wall. Who's the craziest of them all? And for the record, I married a witch, so, and nobody even was talking about that. I don't even know what to say. Like, not often am I speechless, but I know you wanted to talk to her, so I'm going to send her an invite. Witches have a Karen. Yes, that's the name of their coven. The Karen Coven. It's the KK Coven. She is putting a spell on you as we speak. Yeah, I think she is, Maverick. Oh, Maverick. Okay, so I got to hear from Maverick, too. Please come up here. Please. Okay, so Maverick, with thoughts, do you think that was her for real, or was she trolling?
Whatever it is, she was fabulous. But she must have been hanging out with Pete Hegseth. They must have been getting sloshed together because she was lit. Lit. Witchy, come back up here. She's sending her attorneys after you, and she wants you to stop recording her on TikTok, which probably knows everything about her. So Witchy, come up here, honey. Is she a Trump supporter or MAGA, or she liberal?
She says she's a Democrat. It says on her, I'm going to pull up her bio real quick. Okay. Matter of fact, let me just pull up her account because I'm sorry. That's like the greatest thing ever.
Is she still in the comments?
Let's see.
Come on, Witchy, come up.
I unmuted her, and maybe I shouldn't pull her account up, but let me hear.
Right. If they let you. I just want Witchy Witch and her warlock husband to cast a spell on Trump's diaper, and every time he's in public, make it explode. Can you do that?
So, yeah, I hope she can. So
wait, is that her? Who's this person? Wait.
Yeah, this is Witchingly Witch, Maddie XOICAQ, 3,100 followers. So, married Democrat witch, just living my life.
Okay, girl, do your thing, baby. But
I
start
love it.
casting them spells, Witchy.
I
Start
love it.
casting them spells and get those diapers to explode whenever he's having meetings in the White House and when he goes abroad. Can you do that?
Oh my God.
That was hilarious.
That was hilarious.
So
No,
look for your papers. Look for your papers in the mail because she's suing you for her
yes.
freedom of speech and recording her.
Yeah.
I've never heard such an angry pagan.
Right? Right? They're all about harmony and homeostasis and, earth loving, and I don't know. She wasn't having any of it. And I wonder if she yells at the people in the convenience stores that way.
Wait, but Witchy's been up here before.
I don't think she has. She's been in the comments.
Okay, I've seen her. Yeah, she's been. I thought she was a supporter of the show.
No, let me look, because it'll tell me how long somebody had.
Guys, can we get to 25K likes? What's going on here?
Oh,
We're
yes,
at
please.
15K when there's no commercials being done. Of course, Witchy was entertaining, but can we tap that screen? 48 of us in here. Let's power tap. That means everybody tap. We'll get there in less than a minute. But if just 10 to 15 people tap, we'll get to 25K in no time, guys. Also,
please do.
A gifting goal. What's the gifting goal? 50 donuts.
50 donuts.
He only has 8 donuts. He also has
Feed
a
me.
in Venmo.
Feed
if you
me.
want to support small lives like this that just, we can't find on regular. We can't find Witchy Witch on Don Lemon's show. We won't find Witchy Witch on CNN or MSNBC. We'll only get Witchy Witch here. This is why we have to support this live and support the lives that you like on TikTok so that you can have a place to go to and give have your say and things of that nature. But right now we need to get to 25K likes. We're not being interactive, so we're at 16K. I will stop talking when we get to 20K, but we need 25K.
4K to go. Let's go, guys. 20K.
Yeah, let's go. I'm gonna keep talking.
Let's tap.
I'll start singing some Negro spirituals if you don't start tapping. You want me to sing that? But let's all ask Witchy Witch. Let's all throw love on Witchy Witch, but we need to ask her to get her coven, her warlocks, her witches, to please put a spell on Diaper Dawn that whenever he's out in public, whenever he's doing those round tables, whenever he's abroad, Witchy Witch, there you are, my darling, sweet love. Can you please do a spell on Trump that his diaper explodes every time he's in public? That would be heavenly. We would make sure that we can get rid of him and put him in a home somewhere. But
yes,
we need your powers to please, my darling, do a spell, you and your coven, on Trump and make his diapers explode, especially when he's meeting people like Putin and Netanyahu, also known as Milkowski. Can you do that?
Bunny says, Maverick, Bunny says, what if we want to hear more of you? Do we just not tap?
Oh, that's nice. Well, tap. I'm going to start singing Negro spirituals and eating fried chicken and watermelon. And I'm going to have you guys do LaQuisha, like a Canadian culture, remember? One of those nice, kind Canadians.
Papa Legba, open the gates.
Oh, she's casting a spell. Witchy Witch, my darling, can you come up here? Please come up here, because we need you to refocus that energy off of loudmouth and put it on where it needs to be, because we really want to take our country back. So can we start doing some Papa Lega open up for Donald
Well,
Trump's
that's voodoo, by the way. Papa Legba's voodoo.
Oh, well, maybe she does voodoo as well. We need all of it. We need voodoo, kudu, hoodoo, hadu, all of it.
Makanda.
Yeah, long as it makes his diaper explode whenever he's out in public. And I want it to be runny and diarrhea so he can run down his pants.
Yes,
so
please. Explosive diarrhea. We want it to boom boom in his pants like he boom booms in the Caribbean. And we need you, Witchingly, to get all of your people together to do that. And, we hit 20K.
Excuse me.
So we don't get to hear you sing?
SLT, I kept my promise. I'm going to shut my black mouth because you got us to 20K, but we need 5 more K, okay?
Keep tapping, guys. Thank you, Maverick. I appreciate it. Jonathan, welcome in. Did you get to hear the amazing entertainment just a minute ago?
I did, and I really have no comment. I don't know how to add on to that. It's just funny. I just got out of a ferocious live where we were arguing. We were having an intense argument over policy. So this was quite the shift to waltz on into. But it's great to hear that everybody's in a good mood today. I'll tell you that. Yeah. Anything crazy going on in the news, y'all?
I mean, no more really than normal. Just Trump saying he doesn't know anything about the boats, yet he can describe how many engines there are on the boat, how many things are inside the boat, the directions that the boat goes, but he knows nothing. Just more of that nonsense, you know.
I was in a light where there were we had a bunch of MAGA people that were justifying Trump going and starting to invade or intervene in Argentina and to do regime change in Argentina. And I said, wait a fucking second. This man ran in 2015 criticizing the invasion in Iraq. This man ran saying he was going to end all wars, that he wasn't the Bush. He wasn't like George W. Bush. He didn't embody the Bush doctrine. He didn't believe in getting involved abroad or entangling alliances or any of that nonsense, right? Of the neocons. And now you guys are rationalizing this. This was like your guys' core message. Oh, Trump is Mother Teresa. He's for world peace. Isolationism, blah, blah, blah. And now you guys are defending that. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
Yeah. Well, you know, they got a pretzel. That's what they're salted pretzels. Is how they exist today. Like, you know, even yesterday, I think it was yesterday, Debo was up here. He's like, what are you doing, man? I can't come up here and defend that. So some of them are like, I got to check out of this. The amount of bullshit I have to spew in order to defend that is ridiculous. So you say how many MAGA were on the panel? Was it like a MAGA panel or just a panel that had a bunch of MAGA on it?
It was on Stephanie's live, and she does the split screen because you can do a split screen thing now on TikTok where you can have 4 people on one side, 4 people on the other side. So there was 4 of us that weren't MAGA, and there was just 2 up there that were, and I was trying to get through to them, and they just kept trying to twist themselves into a pretzel. This one guy who was a black MAGA said, well, we need to go to Venezuela to take their oil from them because we're running out of oil here. So we just need, Trump is just trying to do for his people. Is trying to come through for the American people and support them by taking Venezuela's oil. I'm like, so
what did you say? I taught you better. You should have said, oh, like we went over to Africa and actually took you, jigaboo.
I literally told him, I said, first of all, bitch, right? You're telling me we're going to go invade a sovereign country and take their resources just because we need something. Second of all, what the fuck happened to drill, baby, drill? I thought Trump was going to fucking drill. I thought Trump was supposed to fucking drill on every inch of the country, fucking drill in my backyard, drill in every park, and we were going to have oil just come out of the ground for all of eternity. Third of all, every time the United States gets involved in another foreign country, we always end up turning it into a third world shithole country every time we intervene anywhere abroad. That has always been the case. Nicaragua, Guatemala, Haiti, every single country we've always gotten involved in, we've always made it 3,000 times worse. Libya, Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Iran. I can list off all the examples. Yep. This is also something that MAGA used to agree with us on. MAGA used to agree with us. They were like, we're not neocons, we're pro-peace, we're isolationists. And now they're literally arguing in favor of going to Venezuela. I'm like, you guys just say you're in a cult, right? You guys have Trump dick-sucking syndrome, otherwise known as TDS. And yeah.
Guy.
Well, that's what TDS is. I think it should be put into
DSM-5. It's Thanksgiving every day for them because they're always like, gobble, gobble.
Right.
We're screwed.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. I mean, it is now. Olive, or did you have something else you wanted to add, Jonathan?
Good morning.
No.
Okay, yeah, go ahead, Olive.
Hi, Maverick. I just want to say one thing to Maverick, and then I just wanted to see if you saw an article that I read this morning. Maverick, I'm Canadian. Don't come at me. But you're one of my. You're like literally you're my favorite panelist. I love you.
Listen, Olive, you were not here that day that we had a WWE style American versus Canadian fight. You know I love you and Canadians who are fabulous, but we had a particular a Canadian supremacist on the panel.
Yeah.
And who was just relentless. And I'm like, nobody.
Was it Jay?
Was it?
I think it was. I think it was.
Yeah.
And he was sitting right where Johnny is sitting. Yeah, he came in all condescending and shit.
Yeah, I don't. That's the reason I don't panel or talk to Jay, because I feel like he sounds like a Canadian supremacist, which is
Yes.
literally an oxymoron.
It really, it really is.
And I'm like, don't go up onto panels. Like,
Yeah,
like stop it.
He really made Canadians look really bad, and but we knew it was him. It was him because we have had several Canadians, but it was just that they were relentless about how shitty the U.S. is and how we need to take that Canadians need to take California, which I understood that, but it became where it was another Canadian up here as well who finally called me a bitch, a cunt, a slut.
What?
He called me what did he call me? LaQuisha, and told me to go. Told me my name was LaQuisha. So the niceness of the Canadians came out. The meanness came out of those certain Canadians because we were really rumbling. It was fun, darling. It was fun.
Okay, well, on behalf of Canada, I apologize, Maverick.
No need. It was entertaining because because in people, like, even in the comments were like, why are you mad at Jay, basically, because Maverick started in on him. And I'm like, look, I've been sitting here this whole time and this guy's been an asshole the whole time. He just, kind of subtle asshole-ish. And so when she called him on it, that's when the rage started coming.
Well, what Jay
but
does,
we love Canadians. We love Canadians.
What Jay does, and like, please don't take this. I don't want anyone to take what I'm saying in the wrong way or like racism.
I'm gonna put
anything.
a timer on you.
Jay uses like the fact that he's brown.
Amen.
As like.
He did that.
Say anything without him saying I'm a minority, even though he came from Canada, from a very affluent family. Like, he's also said some extremely derogatory things to women in text messages on Tinder, which he posted. Like, this kid is no victim. Okay, like that.
Him out on that when he put
fucking in
himself on
Canada.
camera.
Like, stop.
Yeah, no, he did that here. He turned his camera on and I'm brown. He did the whole shtick.
And I still let his ass have it.
Yeah, no, it was funny. And then for like the next 2 or 3 days, I just kept having. There was like 30 or 40 Canadians that rolled in. They were in the comments. It was fucking nuts. I was like, damn, I haven't seen this many Canadians since I drove to Quebec. it was funny though.
Wonderful.
Yeah, no.
I was in the viewers just like covering my eyes. I'm like, this is so bad. Like, this is such a bad representation. Should I go
should have
up?
come up because they accused me of being a bigot against Canadian, of course. But you should have come up and say, no, Olive is a friendly. You're just an asshole.
Well, that's why whenever I come up in Maverick's on, I always preface, I'm Canadian, but Maverick, I really like you. Don't come for me.
Who was the other person, Olive? You might know the other person.
It was Bubba Clinton. Bubba Clinton was the guy that called you. He called you all kinds of words, and he said LaQuisha.
He called me a bitch and a cunt and a slut. Oh, it was marvelous to
said LaQuisha.
To break through that facade of Canadians are so nice and so sweet. He said, "You black bitch, you LaQuisha, whatever he said." He was wonderful.
Yeah, no. So, actually, I thought you were going to change your TikTok name to LaQuisha there for a second.
No,
it was pretty funny.
Oddly enough, it's a lot of LaQuishas already on TikTok.
So that's funny.
I couldn't take that name, LaQuisha. But that's my Canadian name, Olive, LaQuisha.
Okay, well, I'm gonna refrain from calling you that, Maverick. I'm just gonna stick with Maverick at this point. Maybe if we have a crash out, I'll call you that. No, I still wouldn't do that.
LaQuisha the Siren.
There's 2 people on TikTok I wouldn't want coming for me. Laura below me and Maverick. But Laura's my good friend. But she's another one. But what I wanted to say was, did you guys see the article this morning? I think it came out this morning that a Colombian family is suing or the lawyer has sent a letter for an investigation into the Venezuelan ship because he was legitimately a fisherman, fishing.
Good. So they're suing?
They're filing a formal complaint with the international. Yeah, their lawyer is filing a formal complaint because he was just a fisherman. He was legitimately fishing for tuna, and was literally, you know what, by.
Good. I hope something comes of that. Yeah.
Yeah, I do too.
Hey, real quick though, I got to drop. I got to run to the shop and help out the guys. I'll be back a little later this afternoon. But thanks for having
thanks,
me.
Johnny. I appreciate it. And damn it, Tumblr dropped. I hadn't had Tumblr on the show in a while. Tumblr, you're welcome to come back. You were going to go next after Olive. Anyway, yeah, that is crazy. I hope that works out, the lawsuit. But, you know, when you're suing countries, yeah, good luck.
I have a question for Maverick when there's a moment.
Well, unless somebody really needs to say something, I feel like there's a moment now if you want to.
Okay, it's like okay, this just ties into a live that Laura and I were on last night. Maverick, what is your opinion of Candace Owens?
Oh well, you know, I coined her quite a while ago in Sky, and we coined her E.T.'s granddaughter, and I want him to fly back on his spaceship and come pick her up. But she has been absolutely, shockingly, you know, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, calling out Israel, calling out this government, calling out the situation with Kirk. So I'm watching her and Tucker Carlson, you know, cautiously. But right now they're sort of taking the hammer and knocking upside the head certain people that need to. There she is, E.T.'s granddaughter on Sky's page. See? She's flying home to her grandfather.
Oh my
In
God.
the 80s. And we can put all of Palestine on between her forehead and those big white set eyes, yes. But right now, I think she's doing very brave work, although because of how she used to be when she was, you know, being really provocative and talking down about Black people and other marginalized communities. She's still a Christian nutball as far as I'm concerned. But right now, she's attacking Bibi Milkowski, also as Netanyahu, and that whole Zionist regime. I'm all for it. So what is your position, Olive?
Well, I was on a live last night. I don't know. You guys probably know Slayer. He did a live.
That's Sky's home live.
I love Slayer.
Yeah, so Slayer did a live last night. Laura, because I said so right, was on it. She was kind of, I don't want to use the word dogpiled because she can really handle her own, but the subject of Candace Owens came up, and I kind of had like an opinion of, I don't know, because you know, like this.
It's a different Slayer then, because I don't remember having anybody Laura on last night. We had nut jobs on last night. No one named Laura.
No, she was on like most of the time.
Yeah, no, different Slayer then.
Oh, okay.
Are you talking about Slayer, the guy that has like he's friends with.
He's a black man. He was on camera.
Yes, he's friends with Isaiah. He's friends with Isaiah. He's in Isaiah's Discord. Yeah, I can't stand his ass. I don't know how. Maverick, you know, you've talked to Slayer before. He has gone at you too.
I love Slayer. No, this is not a Slayer dogpile. No.
I don't remember him, Sky, at all.
He wanted to debate. He actually came in here and challenged Maverick to debate him on race because he's black. He calls himself a nationalist. When he came on, when I debated him.
Wait, is he a MAGA supporter?
Yeah. Well,
no. Wait. Slayer will admit to him being all of those things 6 months ago, 8 months ago, but he's done a lot of like work, a lot of research, a lot of learning, and he self-admittedly will say, "I was that. I am no longer that." So, Laura, would you say that that's true?
Okay. Then he could have changed. I don't know.
I think Slayer's quite a smart guy. I don't align with his politics at all. He's a self-proclaimed libertarian, but I don't agree with his politics. But I think he's a pretty smart guy. No, my positioning on Candace Owens was not well accepted last night. But I think that she is I think that she's fake. I think that she is deeply anti-Semitic, and she hides behind the fight for Palestinians as a further way to be more anti-Semitic. That's my take on her. I don't buy any of what she's doing, to be honest with you.
So what, like, I mean, it's easy to say that somebody's an anti-Semite, But what specifically do you think that is problematic that she has said that isn't true?
I think that when it comes to the current state of what's going on in Israel, I would agree with what she says. So I want to make sure that that's clear. But I think that her past actions and her attitudes towards the Jewish population, to me, it's like that there's an undertone. I tried to explain this last night. I wasn't really able to articulate it because there was a lot of dogpiling. Because this was there were 8 people on the panel and I was the only one that doesn't like Candace Owens. So it wasn't really working for me. But I would say generally, I just think that there's always that deep-seated undertone. You have to be able to hear it. They're slight dog whistles. I think that Tucker Carlson also does it. And also, you have to look at who they platform too, right? Because like Tucker Carlson platforms Nick Fuentes, and so did Candace Owens maybe a couple of months before Tucker did. She did a big interview with him. And so I sense that from her, right? It's not, and again, last night they were like, well, give us quotes that she said. And it's not a specific quote that she says. It's the undertone in what she is saying. That I sense that from her.
Then you would say that I am a rabid anti-Semite because I have no tolerance for Zionists. I call them subhuman creatures. I call them demons. I think that what they do is evil. And I think that this country has been infected in our government by these Zionists. And I think that we have no leadership in this country. All of our leadership has an allegiance to Israel. I believe that with my full heart. Having said that, there are also Jewish people who think that the state of Israel should not exist. They also know that
You've issued a stark
is different. And I think that if we can separate the two, then we will be better. Also, I always say I can never be anti-Semitic if I am for Palestinians to have their own land and being pro-Palestine. Being pro-Palestine does not mean Israel. Being pro-Palestine means we don't want you slaughtering babies and children and infants and things of that nature. So I can't be anti-Semitic when I'm speaking of these so-called Jews who are Europeans like Milkowski. I can't be anti-Semitic. They're not Semitic people. And we must also understand that they are not Semitic people. They have no ties to that land, whether they tell you that or not. The people, the original inhabitants of that, the original Hebrews were black people. Not these glow in the dark people who come from Europe, who go to that place and get skin cancers. So that may sound anti-Semitic to a lot of people, but what it really is anti-Zionists. And if you happen to be a Jew who is a Zionist, I am anti-you also.
Yeah, and think about this.
I'm not Jewish, nor am I Zionist, but
because
go ahead. Sorry,
you're not either of them separated.
If you look at some of the leaders, many of the leaders, they are very white, right? And so what it almost feels like sometimes is that these are white supremacists who call themselves Jewish people to protect against claims of white supremacy. Let me give you an example of what I mean. This is the Israeli international spokesperson I'm about to play a clip of what he says. And what he says is very white supremacist if a white person has said this that didn't claim to be Jewish. So just listen.
You've issued a stark warning to American Jews. I want to make a warning to somebody else, and that's American Gentiles. The minute your country is taken over by anti-Semitism, the minute you start to be a country that's not blessing Israel but cursing Israel, you have begun the process of shrinking away from your empire. That has happened. I don't think that's theological. That's biological. That's the way the world operates. Every empire that turned on the Jewish people shrank back to its smallness. If it's the Germans and it's the Austrians, if it's the Dutch and the Spanish, and it's certainly a much more recent history, if it's the British who had a giant empire, gigantic, ginormous empire. But when they turned on the Jews, within just a few years, they became the little island that they are today. Okay?
I've always wanted to do a PhD thesis tracking throughout history the meccas of Jewish diaspora and then the precipitous downfall immediately following them turning against
the Jews are a channel for blessing in your nation. Okay? If Fuentes is coming out saying, get the blank out of here, I hear it. And we have a place, Baruch Hashem, thank God we have our homeland back. Hashem has made great miracles. But for you, Fuentes, do you really think that what you're offering is a great offer for America? Do you think that when you cleanse America from Jews, America is going to be a blessed country? Biologically, historically speaking, it will not. It will shrink. And I see it. The American shrinkage has begun. And so that's for you, America. Like you're throwing out, you're vomiting out, you're listening to this guy, you're vomiting out your Jews. It's been done before, and all those places, look at these great cities. Yemen used to be a great, a cultural mecca for Jews. It became what it is today, a crappy little country. And look at Lithuania and all these places. They were once important because the Jews were there. They brought God's channel. They channeled godliness into this world. They brought smartness and innovation and political innovation and cultural innovation. You kick them out, and you go to Vienna today. I've been to Vienna. Very, very nice city. A shadow, a memory of great times past. They channeled godliness into this world. They brought smartness and innovation and political innovation and cultural innovation.
Can I speak on this, liberal?
That is literally white supremacist talking.
Can I speak on this?
Well, sure. I just wanted to point this out because, this is the international spokesperson for Israel saying these things.
I want to make this very, very clear.
Let the host finish, please. Milk.
Well, he's fine. I was done. Go ahead, Milk.
I want to make this very, very clear. This is not exclusive to the Jewish population. When a country, especially an empire, starts to discriminate against any ethnicity, any religion, right? Bad things follow. So when he talks about, look out throughout history, and the ones who turn their backs on the Jews, generally tend to fall and crumble. He's not necessarily wrong, right? He might be saying that for the wrong purposes,
Nonsense.
right? To try and be the spokesperson for Israel, like liberal is saying. But he's not inherently wrong.
Well, he is wrong because let me tell you how the British Empire and the American Empire came to be. Slavery. Off the backs of slaves, Milk.
Yes, they
so
turned
your
their backs.
Logic just falls apart when you look at the actual
their
history.
Backs
they were. You said if they
specific
discriminate
minority.
against a minority, that they then falter. Yet they built their empire, and we built ours as well off the backs of discrimination of minorities.
Yeah, and we were doing our best to change that in time.
You're nope. No. So I don't look.
That's not gaslighting.
I don't care who you are or where you come from. If you have belief that your people are somehow better than other people,
no one's saying
problem.
That.
He is.
He was saying
He literally said that. He literally said it over and over again. Not only did he say that, he admitted that the moment that this happens, within a couple of years, your empire will fall. Yes. And he said, this isn't God. He said, it isn't theological. Yes. He said, it's biological. It's the way the world works. Can I give you an analogy? The only way that can be true, Milk, is if they made it happen.
No, he's exaggerating first, but let me give you an analogy. Wait.
Have you talked to him?
No, I'm talking about.
Then don't tell me what he is saying.
He's
I heard what he's saying.
Obviously,
no, you assume that he is. I'm taking what he is saying at what he says.
No, I'm taking the truth. I believe and I'm comparing it to the truth. Just
no, you are trying to soften what somebody else does, and you people do this all the time. You Trump supporters, you do this all the time.
Give you an analogy.
You soften what Trump does. You make excuses for what they say. These shitty people.
I'm going to give you an analogy. Imagine, what do you call it? A nutritionist comes up to you and says, hey, a banana is high in potassium. You need potassium to, succeed, right? You would say, oh yeah, that's true. But if someone else came up to you and been like, oh yeah, you have to buy this banana because it's, it's the cheapest banana on the market. You're going to get, it's just so good for you, this fucking banana. They could give you all of these, bullshit, roundabout reasons, right? To eat the banana. right? They can tell you, oh, it's cheaper than this stand's banana. Oh, it's got more.
Enough with the gobbledygook.
No,
Yeah,
this is
make your
just
point. I know what you're trying to
use
say.
your ears. Use your ears.
No,
Both of them.
Okay,
right?
Milk. You've made
You
your
see what I'm
point.
saying? Do you see what I'm saying, liberal?
I
at
see
all?
what you're trying to say, but you're full of shit.
That's not full of shit.
Yes. Yeah, you're full of shit. That's not what he said.
One of them is exacerbating the truth, right? 100%,
No.
and they're giving you bullshit reasons to actually buy this banana.
No,
but in reality,
you're defending white supremacy. That man that was speaking, he comes from Russia. He happened to be born in Israel because his family, who is Russian, came from Russia in the 70s. He is a European. He is a white supremacist. Don't give me that bullshit. He is.
He might be.
He literally just said that because he's looking at those people through his own lens, his white supremacist lens. That's why when you look at the cabinet,
misguided lens.
When you look at the Israeli cabinet, it's full of white people.
Yes, it's a misguided lens. That does not mean we need to discriminate.
What do you think about the clip, Olive? Because we need somebody who. What do you think about what?
Okay, well, imagine this.
Milk.
Liberal.
Hold on, because
so imagine a country in Africa.
Imagine you not talking. I know that's hard for you.
Country in Africa.
Okay, Milk, I'm going to drop you if you can't stop interrupting because, and let me say this, Olive was actually going to be the one next to speak, but then you jumped in there and I thought you would stop.
This is important, liberal.
This is important. You're right. So you can wait until later. Olive, go ahead.
Milk, it is way too early for this shit. Stop it. Stop saying dangerous things to be an opposition on here. Just stop. I know you don't even believe I know Milk very well, by the way. You don't even.
I like Milk, for the record. I still like Milk. Milk, don't take it personal, but you wouldn't stop.
But please,
the love of God, Milk. Do not use Africa in a fucking example. You know how I feel about you. You're like the annoying little brother I want to smack in the back of the head sometimes.
Yes. That's
Don't use Africa as a fucking example. You will literally persecute and seal your own coffin if you do it. And there's 62 people watching. Don't do it. Don't do it. For the love of God, listen to me. I'm a voice of reason. I'm the angel on your shoulder, not the devil with the pitchfork. Don't do it. Please don't do it.
So Olive, anyway, you were saying, and thank you, madam.
Oh no, I just wanted to tell Milk, like I'm good friends with Milk, okay? But Milk, I know Milk like the back of my own hand, and I want him to stop with this type of rhetoric to be in opposition when I know that he doesn't actually feel the way of what he's saying. Okay, that's my point here. Milk is very intelligent, and Milk needs to use that intelligence to actually say what he thinks with his full chest and rather than this bullshit.
So, Olive, what did you think of what this man, who's supposed to be the spokesperson for Israel, what did you think when you heard him speak the way he was speaking? Are you okay with it?
No, I am no, like not at all. I'm like, okay, so I'm really struggling with what's going on. And the longer it goes on, the more I struggle, as I feel a lot of people are. And Laura has said to me that I'm starting to blur the lines between that I'm leaning toward, how do I say this? That I'm blurring the lines and potentially becoming anti-Semitic, okay? Because in my mind, like I feel there's too much defense for Israelis.
Absolutely.
Like, right? Like everybody knows Netanyahu is the devil, okay?
Absolutely.
And a full-blown terrorist. We all know that. We know the IDF is. We know that the Israeli government is.
Absolutely.
But the Jews that are living in Israel, I have a problem with, and that's where I'm getting heat.
Wait, you have a problem with what? Say it again. The Jews that's living in Israel.
They do things like, I'm using a small example. I think there's power in the people. And I don't see,
darling. I'm right with you. Absolutely.
I don't see the people
you want them
Israel.
To speak out more.
Yes,
those who are in
exactly. Like they should be.
But my darling, let me offer this to you. You're not an anti-Semite because you're seeing the truth and you see with your eyes, you know how if we're in this country and we see people in opposition, they come out in force. And I understand we have not been seeing that from people who are in we've seen it in New York with the Orthodox Jews and things of that nature, marching and things. But you're right. In Israel, we don't see this great opposition. Although I hear that there is a lot of opposition there. Maybe we're just not seeing it because they're blocking it from our eyes. But I do hear that there are lots of Israelis that are calling for the ousting of Milkowski, also known as Netanyahu, and that whole regime. I am hearing that. That gives me some hope. But you're right. We don't get to see it, and you don't. I want to offer this to you. Stop worrying about people calling you an anti-Semite when you're
First
telling
of all,
me.
I have never called you an anti-Semite.
No. I never said that
I
you
would
did
like to
call me
make
that.
that
But she didn't say you called her an anti-Semite. Where did you get that from?
No,
I'm
but
just-
Laura, I know
She
you've
said she
been.
doesn't want to feel like, because of what she's seeing, she doesn't want to feel like she's becoming one. She didn't say that you called her one. Where did you hear
okay. So here's the deal. You have to remember why Israel is a state to begin with, right? It's a result of World War II. Okay, that's why it was established. That's why they're there. The problem, like with many other countries that come to power that have the backing of the United States, they decided to also become colonists, and they decided to try to shove out the people of Palestine and continue to move west. That's what they've been doing, right? So my issue isn't with the disconnect. I think is my issue isn't with the Israelis. My issue is with the Israeli government. And I'm very clear to never ever cross that line, because I don't see how attacking citizens of a country or feeling a certain type of way about citizens of a country is productive at all when it comes to the fight against what the IDF is doing. The IDF, in my opinion, as a government, is a T organization in and of itself. I don't see any difference between them and H group. I think they're all one and the same as far as their bloodthirst and they're wanting to wipe people out. So that's where I kind of fall on it. And I think what Olive is referencing, my criticisms have been recently, is that there are certain people on this platform who kind of will use the Palestinian plight to further jab at Jewish people. Rather than fighting the IDF, they're going straight for just Jewish people. And I want to be careful to not confuse their argument for being pro-Palestinian. They're just purely anti-Semitic.
Yeah, and can I preface by saying, like, Laura's literally one of my best friends, okay? So she's looking out for me, not, like, I love Laura with everything I have, okay? So, but that doesn't mean that we always agree on absolutely everything, and she doesn't want me to blur the lines. But my issue is, and I said this the other night, of all the panels I've been on and all the panels I've hosted, I've never really heard, okay, this is just my experience, no one come at me, except for Bella, who is Jewish. I've never heard a Jewish person with their full chest on this app condemn Israel. I just haven't heard it, and I have an issue with that. They'll be, well, no, I support a two-state solution. Well, the fuck, who doesn't?
Right.
Like, that's where I'm struggling, because I feel like
don't struggle, darling. You are spot on. You're on the right side of history. When you know that people are silent in the wake of people being mass unalive, not even that, people can't even say that this is a G side. If you say that, oh, you're anti-Semitic, that's not a G side. So they're really playing in your face when they try to make you feel that way. I understand that your friend wants you to be careful, But I think that if your friend knows who you are, she knows you're not an anti-Semite like a
Right.
Nick Fuentes, who is a bastard, who hates anything, right? Probably in the closet and on Grinder himself, right? We know that these types of people exist. I've been called everything but a child of God, but my whole thing is I know that Palestinians despise and are anti-black just like the Israelis are, right? Everybody in the world. But what I'm talking about is we see right before our eyes something that in World War II was supposed to never happen again. And yet, right before our eyes, we see this happening, and people are making other people be quiet about voicing their opinions. I'm not going to have my voice. Now, I've gotten unaliving threats on this app from Zionists who telling me they're going to cut my tongue out and come get you black Aunt your mama mammy and all that other bullshit, right? This is after we've had in comments conversations like we're having now about which side we're on. This is what happens when you speak truth. It's not easy, Olive. It's not comfortable. Sometimes you're just going to have to be uncomfortable while speaking your truth, because a lot of people are going to want you to shut up regardless of what you're saying.
Yeah, you're not wrong, Olive. Like, I feel the same thing. It's just like we're doing here. We call out injustice every time we see it, no matter where it is, no matter who it's happening to. We have to call it out every single time. And this whole narrative is just, the same thing that the billionaires and the media and these politicians push it on us, that we are supposed to be divided and take sides. But I am on the side of justice and not harming people. So every time we see it, we call it out. They're not the good guys. And there is a huge difference between the Zionists and between the regular Jewish people. There is no there's no discrimination happening against the basic Jewish people. I do not see that happening anywhere. Not on the streets, not on these platforms. It is totally, we are calling out the injustice. And you're not wrong, Maverick. There are a lot of people in Israel that are starting to take to the streets. We are just not seeing it.
Yeah, they're blocking us from seeing it.
Yeah, I watch a lot of Al Jazeera. They're not even allowed to go there and report on it, and they still manage to get a lot of footage out. So there are people calling
I've seen
it
a
out.
lot of youth protest marches over it as well on TikTok. I've seen some videos, but again, not too much. And also some of the surveys talk about a large majority of them are okay with what's happening in Gaza. I've seen several surveys that showed that. So, I mean,
Olive, go to YouTube and look at the Orthodox Jews in New York who are being spit on and hit by Zionists. These are Orthodox
right.
Jews. Zionists will walk up to them and tell them they're traitors and spit on them and bash them. That's where that violence is coming from. But it'll make you feel better if you see that, oh, wait a minute. I'm not an anti-Semite, because they can't call them anti-Semites even because they're Jewish and they're Orthodox, but they can spit on them and shame them and call them traitors. It's a word they have for them. So this is happening to a lot of people, including a lot of Jewish people who are against Israel. There's another young lady who goes to Washington, and she chases down different senators, and she's a young tiny little Jewish lady, and she's telling them about Gaza and what's happening in Gaza. She's as Jewish as you can be, and she's telling them, why are you allowing this to happen? Why aren't you speaking up? And they handcuffed her and they took her off the jail. This is a Jewish lady who's doing this because she knows right from wrong. This is what this is about: right and wrong, evil and not being evil. So never feel bad about what you see with your own eyes and how you feel. And what you feel, I'm going to tell you, is absolutely, in my opinion, correct.
Right. So like a couple of examples of things that I've heard.
Go ahead.
Sorry, just give me 2 seconds because I've got to mute up while I do a couple things. Sorry. So like one thing, I'm not going to name names. I don't like to do that. But like one panelist was like, October 7th was a G-side, but then says, but I'm for the two-state solution. I support Palestinians. No, you don't. You're just saying that. And then, another one panelist who's Jewish was saying like, oh, those Orthodox, like the ones that, are protesting the G-side in New York. Oh, well, they're extremists. They're not even like, and so it's like, but one side of your mouth is saying this, so maybe you sound politically okay. You know how, Laura, you were saying like with Candace Owens, there's like an underlying tone. That is what I hear And that is why I'm struggling with this. To me, there's nothing being said about what is happening with their full chest. There's little innuendos so they sound better.
Right.
But you cannot say that October 7th was a G-side and then stay, no, I'm in support of the Palestinians. I'm for support of a two-state solution.
Gaslighting you. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what I'm having a problem with. And there's only like one Jewish person that I can think of, okay? Like, don't quote me on this. That really, with her full chest, is like, this is completely fucked. This is a G-side. And they won't even say it's a G-side. Is Bella. Bella is the only one that's like, no, this is that. I am Jewish. This is fucked. This
Bella was on here before, wasn't she, Lib?
Bella's lovely. She's lovely.
Yeah, no, and they're weaponizing that to get you to shut up because you obviously don't want to be labeled that because you aren't that. And so right off the bat, I already know that you're not an anti-Semite. Even if you come out hard in the pale against this and say the Israeli government is fucked, they're full of people that are fucked, they're evil, that doesn't make you an anti-Semite. And what I found is that you're not going to please everybody. As hard as I tried and as much things that I've done in my life didn't matter, they still call me a misogynist anyway to get me to shut up, to try and get me to do what they want me to do. And you just, at the end of the day, fuck those people. You know what's right. You know what's right.
And I also know.
We have talked about this. Excuse me.
Okay.
This shitty
I'm just.
government.
You've gone like
this
2 times. I haven't spoken once on the panel.
Government.
Can I?
Well, you did just get here, Scratch. You did just get here, Scratch. We were in the middle of a conversation.
Yes.
I
let you. Alan, for the record. We have talked about this shitty government that's funding and financing this G-side. Blood is all over the hands of this administration and this government, both Dems and Republicans, for creating this monster, what we now know as these Zionists who are doing what they're doing. So we have righteous indignation for all involved in this wickedness, right? So please don't ever feel bad about knowing what you know and seeing what you see.
Yeah.
Well, and I also, know Laura's point, which is Laura's point is like, okay, there's also people who are not pro-Palestinian. They are truly anti-Semitic. So they use, they hide behind, like she said last night, as a shield to being anti-Semitic. They actually don't care about Palestinians. And we have spoken to people like that on the panel.
She's
where
telling the truth. That's the truth.
Right.
But because
there are people that do that.
Friend,
sure.
She should be able to differentiate between you.
Yeah, that's right.
She knows.
That's right.
Laura knows who I am.
That's right. Yeah. Now.
This is ridiculous. First of all, me being her friend and being able to tell the difference, we need to be careful. I did not accuse Danielle of not being able to tell the difference in her own thought process. What I said is be careful not to misconstrue what certain people are saying as being pro-Palestinian when truly they're not. They're just anti-Semitic.
Yeah, that is what she has said.
I just want to be clear. Yeah, right. That whole 10 minutes that you guys just took to get to this point, that was the point.
Yeah. Now, Scratch, you wanted to jump in there? Go ahead.
Yeah. To be clear, I think there's a G-side going on, super Palestinian, whatever. While I do believe that like anti-Semitism is being weaponized against people who are generally just being anti-Zionist and not anti-Semitic, I also have to be honest, I have seen a concerning rise of anti-Semitic attacks against Jewish people and a sort of pipeline forming between being pro-Palestinian and then becoming anti-Semitic. I've literally had friends who kind of like go down that route who at first were just kind of leftists who were pro-Palestinian, but then I heard them like literally talking about the wooden doors conspiracy theory like months later. So I agree with you, anti-Semitism is being weaponized. I do think there is kind of like this weird thing going on where there's a rise of anti-Semitism on the left a little bit.
Well, you know what sucks about humans is that they will generalize people. And that is a problem when they do that. So if Israel continues down this path, continues, paying millions of dollars to retrain ChatGPT to push propaganda, which they did do, in doing all of these weird things. You got Eric Adams going over there telling them that I served you as mayor. When people like Americans especially see this, it pisses them off. And because there are some individuals they can't separate these two, we'll end up seeing what we saw in the fucking World War II with the Japanese internment camps, because people are stupid. So I understand, Scratch, what you're saying, but it is still a fucking problem. Right? What they're doing is still a problem. And I'm more concerned about those babies being unalived over there than I am about somebody generalizing the group. They're both problems, but one is worse and one is more immediate. And I'd rather focus on that than worry about wondering whether somebody is starting to have issues with a group of people because of X, Y, Z. You know what I mean? Because they literally weaponize that, and so then you walk around. Anytime somebody criticizes, you're just automatically, oh, they must be an anti-Semite, even though they're calling out some fucking horrendous shit, right?
Can I say this about the Zionist movement? The Zionist movement, whether people know it or not, and what's being done in Gaza and now the West Bank and things, is causing people to really become anti-Semitic. The act of doing what they're doing that's making people despise, unfortunately, Jewish people. Let me give you an example.
It's true.
I've been seeing videos of Jewish people going on holiday in Thailand and Japan, and they're being denied service at restaurants. They're being called baby unalivers. So it's having a negative effect on actual Jewish people who may not be Zionists. But the world is starting to change its mind. Before October 7th, you couldn't touch Israel because it had to be protected. Most people would tell you it has a right to exist. I guarantee you that number has changed drastically after October 7th and what has happened since, where people think that no, this regime must be eliminated. This is how people are feeling. So when people tell you, I'm feeling this way, don't bash them over the head with you're anti-Semitic when this is what people are feeling. This wonderful leader from China, and I'm gonna land my plane, was talking to an IDF soldier. This was at the UN, and he was trying to explain to him that they're only targeting Hamas, and the Chinese official said, we are not falling for your propaganda anymore. We don't believe you. Stop unaliving babies. Let Palestinians free. See, so even governments have said no, Palestine is going to be recognized. So if Jewish people feel like they're under threat, then I am begging them, beseeching them to go out in numbers and show the world that we are not with this shit.
That's
this
right.
separates us from Zionism, because Zionism truly, I believe, and I don't know if the person who is for Jewish people not understand that. I don't believe that I've ever heard anyone say that they're pro-Zionists. And if you are, to me, you are a subhuman creature, a demonic force on this planet, because what you're telling us is that you are special, like that man said. You and your people are the only ones that are God's chosen, and that is problematic.
Yeah. I mean, and that's a good point, because we know how stupid people are, and they don't think. They will lump every Jewish person in with what's going on.
So did I just hear right that she's calling Jewish people subhuman?
No, you didn't hear right. You did mishear. Anyway,
she didn't say subhuman.
She was talking about Zionists. Zionists are not Jews, right, necessarily. Some Jews are Zionists, but not all Zionists are Jews. You understand
so just
that?
The Jews in Israel are subhuman.
No, Zionists are not Jews in Israel. Zionists can exist in every religion, even atheism, like Theodore Herzl, for example.
Okay.
Right?
So
you do know that Herzl was an atheist?
How do you know who's a Zionist and who's really subhuman versus
It's not? A political ideology. I can tell who a Republican is and a Democrat, just like I can tell who a Zionist is based on their politics and their ideology.
You don't find it troubling to label people subhuman?
No.
It's not problematic.
Schindler, hold on. Schindler was subhuman. He was a subhuman, vile, fucking evil creature, and he got put down. Do you
don't
agree
think that
that Schindler should have been put
problematic to
down?
take-
Do you think that Schindler was subhuman? Do you think that?
I think all humans are human. I think it's
Do you think
problematic
that Schindler
to go
was
down.
subhuman?
I think
No, I think he was
I think what
evil.
he's trying to say is that, like, by dehumanizing evil, we're divorcing ourselves from thinking that we can do it. And so by making sure that by humanizing that evil, it lets us know that we can also fall for that. Is
Yeah,
that
I mean,
kind of the thing you're going at?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, exactly. I mean, evil people are evil, and we should fight evil. But to call them subhuman is falling into their trap.
Well, she
Evil
also
people
said
love to call
evil.
people subhuman.
She also said evil.
Why don't you tell that to the Zionists who call Palestinians
Yeah,
subhuman,
and
vermin,
let me.
and rats and things of that nature?
So you want to be like them?
Yeah, let
That's
me
my point.
play something. Let me play something for you because you're talking about that, but then you have evil
He's
people.
gaslighting us, Olive. This is what it looks like.
Yeah,
This is what gaslighting looks like.
this person is a Zio down here in the bottom corner. Headley.
Yes.
Headley. So
Yes, you
if
are.
he's subhuman, then what can you do to him and feel justified in doing to him?
Should Schindler have been unalived?
Well, Hitler was evil and started a war.
Okay,
right?
so evil isn't subhuman. Okay.
Well, we do have laws, right? But when you call someone subhuman, like they're a rat,
you're playing a
I suppose?
semantic game. Get off of it.
Wow.
If you're mad about a word, just get over it. Get over it. You can't use that word. You can call them evil, but you can't call them subhuman. Shut the fuck up, dude. That's stupid.
And he's literally putting on a cape for
Schindler. No. This guy is putting on a cape for Schindler. This Zionist is putting on a cape for Schindler.
And Zionists have called Palestinians who did nothing to them vermin, trash. They bash on their
That's
bodies.
right.
These IDF soldiers urinate on it, and they grape people behind
So
shields. And
you're
you want
acting
us to say
like
that these
them,
people
then.
are not subhuman? I don't think so.
I mean, so
They
you're
are
basically.
subhuman. Zionists. I didn't say Jews.
Don't you think you should take a higher moral ground here?
Excuse me. We had
absolutely.
a whole conversation about Jews and Zionism, and you heard it, but yet you came up here to gaslight because you're trying to shut people up. It's not going to work.
I'm not trying to.
Yeah,
shut
you're
you up.
pushing.
I
You're
just think
pushing.
that
Everybody's an anti-Semite that criticizes. Yeah.
You're doing the same thing that you're accusing the Zionists of doing, right? If the Zionists are calling
I
people
have not
subhuman,
unalived a baby. I have not execution style put a bullet inside of a
Well, you're
baby's
using
head.
the same
I've
language.
never graped a prisoner. I've never done any of those things. So no, I'm not like
I'm
those
saying
people.
You're using the same
and I'm not
language
like
when you say subhuman, right?
Liberal, can I say something? So you know
Again,
how we-
he's having a semantic debate with himself. I already said move on because that's stupid. If that's your argument, you've already lost.
Liberal, can I ask you a
Sure.
question? So you know how you said, like, based on people's past behavior or their politics, for example, you can tell the difference between whether or not that person is, let's say, a Republican or a Democrat, or what their leanings are, you know?
Generally speaking, sure.
Generally speaking, right. So I would say that, like, my argument towards, let's say, Candace Owens, for example, kind of falls along those same kinds of lines. Because there's a tonality, right? There's past behavior as well, and also watching that person's past political positioning. And everything that she's ever stood for has kind of pointed me in the direction of where I would say that she most likely is quite anti-Semitic. But that I just wanted to kind of draw that parallel. So it's the tonality of how she's been behaving for the last 10 years that we've been seeing her, if that makes sense.
No, I understood what your point. I understand. And I think while I may disagree, I think it's a valid point to make. I think I can completely understand why you would put those two together and say, because of your history, this is likely true. And I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I wouldn't judge you for it. I certainly wouldn't dogpile on you about it, even though I do disagree with you. Yeah. Does that make sense?
I have some
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Scratch.
Yeah, I think my big concern is that has anybody noticed how Nick Fuentes is being way more popular recently?
Yes.
I think that's a little concerning, and I think part of that is due to what Israel's doing, and I think he's using that to kind of co-op like leftist feelings about like what Israel's doing, that trying to push that more to an anti-Semitic view, and then pushing his fascist agenda. So while I do agree with you that ultimately this wouldn't be happening if Israel wasn't committing a genocide, I do think making that distinction between and making sure to like drive home to especially people who are leftists that hey, this is anti-Semitism, this is Zionism again is important, so we don't see a rise in American fascism, which I'm very concerned about because that could ultimately lead to the actual persecution of Jewish people and other minorities.
Sure. Anybody else want to add on?
Just would like to say that if anyone starts attacking Jewish people and going to synagogues and things of that nature, they should be treated with the harshest penalties that our laws, can dish out. We don't condone attacking Jewish people, just like we don't condone the unaliving of babies in
That's right.
in Gaza. We are moral people. We're just asking for people in Israel, people all over the world in different governments to see a thing for what it is. We're watching genocide. Of course, we have them in Sudan and all other places, but this Israeli one is right in our faces because we are so intertwined in this government with the state of Israel. This government doesn't make a move without Israel's okaying it. Do you understand how intertwined we are? Now, people will say, oh, that's anti Semitic. No, that's called truth. And I can give you receipts and proof of that. So, why would someone say I'm being anti Semitic if I say that our politicians serve Israel before they serve the people of this country? That is a truth, and I can prove it.
Are you saying that Zionists run the America?
I didn't. Okay, so Headley talked over Maverick. Scratch talked over Headley.
I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything. I do have a question for Maverick.
Oh, that wasn't Headley. Who was the other male voice that I heard? Was that a man?
I was just asking Maverick a question. I didn't mean to overtalk her.
No. Well, I didn't hear your question because Scratch jumped in there too. So, what did you say?
Well, I thought that Maverick was saying that Zionists were running the American government. I'm not sure if that's what she really means.
Yes.
Yes, they are.
It is. Okay. So does that make the American government subhuman as well?
The people that are doing it, yes.
Did you just hear what I said to Olive? We listen, we admonish and throw holy water on this demonic evil entity, this colonial power called America. You're speaking to a black person from America. You think I'm going to say, oh, wonderful, this country was fabulous. Oh, we just only got great and enslaved for 400 years. This is a fabulous place. We give the same heat to this demonic, subhuman, demonic evil that is in the world. And I believe that if America stopped putting its nose in the business of the world, this world will be a lot better as well.
Okay, so you believe Trump is subhuman and Kamala Harris are subhuman. Basically, all the people running the government. Biden was subhuman, Obama was subhuman because they're run by Zionists?
Are they taking APAC money? Then probably.
That's what I was going to say to clear it up. Is you meant like he's taking APAC money? Because I think from what I'm listening to is that my understanding is it's not. You have to, instead of just assuming all people are the same, you have to listen to how they talk and the way they utilize things to understand, instead of grouping everybody who's necessarily Jewish in a certain group or people who think a certain way, to not end up in the rabbit hole of how, like, the same way people would label, like, in a way, I don't mean this literally, I'm just trying to give an example of, like, saying, like, people who voted for a certain person in America are demonized the same way in this current voting streak. I mean, like, you have to understand how they talk, because I've met people who have views and talk on this and feel a certain way, but they're not necessarily, one or the other. They're just, like, somewhere in that area, or they're trying to figure out where they stand. And that's all I wanted to say on this subject. Excuse me, I'm a little sick.
Maverick, how do you think it's
Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
Who was that? I
That was
didn't
me.
see. Yeah, Headley, go ahead.
Maverick, how do you think Israel should have responded to October 7th?
Well, this is going to be even more controversial for you guys. I believe that Israel planned October 7th.
Uh-oh.
Maverick.
Okay.
Wait, can I finish, please? I know you're triggered. Why do I say that? Well, for decades, we were told that Israel has one of the most advanced surveillance apparatus, have the most, second to America, the most advanced weaponry, that no one could get in and out without them knowing. If you went into your bathroom and took a poop, they would know it. All of a sudden, October the 7th, these people crawl through a fence. They go behind the fence and they do grapes. They chop off babies' heads, take their time and doing all these nasty, filthy, vulgar things. And somehow they slip through. Now, this is supposed to took place over hours and upon hours and upon hours. Then they come back with several different people that they have now hostages. That makes no sense to me. When these people are watched within an inch of their lives, even some of the people are now asking the question, where, and Charlie Kirk, someone I would never quote, said, and who was a staunch supporter of Israel, he said, you can fly from one end to the other end in less than 45, 60 minutes or whatever the hell it was. Why would it take soldiers hours before they were able to get to the space or the spot where these so-called Hamas had gotten through and had time to grape people, chop off babies' heads, and then shackle and bind and take hostages? Does that make sense? So, Headley, I don't believe, darling, that October 7th happened without Israel knowing it.
I have one question.
Wait, who said cuckoo?
Who do you think did not?
Hold on, Scratch. No, hold on, Scratch. Who said? Hold on. Who said cuckoo? Who was that?
That was Headley.
Was that Headley? Because it sounded like a woman's voice.
Yeah.
It was Headley? Okay. Well, that makes sense.
There's only Olive
okay.
and I
expected it out of Headley. That's why, because I thought it was a female. That's why I was like, that doesn't make any sense over here.
Woman.
What's that?
Thing 9/11 is a question, and it's for the same reason that we have these wonderful surveillance, this high-tech military, all of this high-tech surveillance. We're in everybody's butthole all the time. Right. And suddenly we just miraculously missed these giant events happening.
Right.
9/11 was an inside job too?
I'm not saying it was an inside job necessarily, but I'm saying that
I please.
Is it true?
Well, here's what we know isn't conspiracy. Well, no. You hang on.
Is it true that
Okay. It is not a conspiracy that 5 Israelis were arrested that day and were seen by just random people in a building, seen celebrating, clapping, high-fiving, etc. And when they looked into them, they determined that at least 2 of them were part of an intelligence operation that was run by Israel. They didn't ever tie the 2 things together, but all of those things that I just said are factual. They even went on international television in Israel and said we were there to document the event, their words, not mine. And so whether you say, did they have anything to do with it? I don't know, but there are questions and weird things that did happen, and it makes sense why people would question it at all.
That's all been debunked, but just one more thing.
No. Okay, hold on, Headley. No, Headley. Let me stop you there. It was not debunked. The police reports exist. The Israelis were pulled over. They were inside the van. They were seen by somebody else celebrating. Those are all true things.
Okay. Any truth to the fact that the stingray that unalived Steve Irwin was also Israeli?
Well, I have a sort of meta point here, a meta political point, which I think is interesting. So the left, is very pro-Palestine, right, and anti-Zionist. Mm-hmm. I think we could all agree on that. But we also know that Jewish people in America tend to be pretty far left, like Hollywood and media and all that, education and all that kind of stuff. Well, we know highly educated people, successful people tend to be further left. And the Jewish people are typically pretty successful. Anyways, my meta point that I'm making here is that as the left moves more anti-Jewish, that's an interesting political dynamic because at some point Hollywood's going to go right. The Jewish people are going to realize that the left hates them and are going to go to the right, and then the left is cooked. So it's really like I would think really hard about the route that the left is going down here, which is basically anti-Jewish everything.
Well, that's what you say in order to get people to stop pointing out the facts.
Yeah, more.
That's
I'm just
what
saying
you're
they're
doing.
a major constituent.
Look,
of
you're
the
not
Democrats.
going to scare people anymore into not pointing out what they're seeing with their own eyes. I know what you want to do is to make them question what they're seeing. Is like, oh my God, I don't want to be considered an anti-Semite. Oh, but I'm seeing this with my own eyes. I literally watched this mayor go over there and tell these people that he served them. But oh my goodness, I don't want to be an anti-Semite. This is what you're trying to do, and it's not going to work anymore.
But New York's a good example, like Mamdani, right? He's Islamic, right? And Cuomo's Jewish, right? I think what you're going to see in America, and this could crush. This could crush. I'm just being a realist. I'm not.
Cuomo is
I'm not
Italian.
judging.
Excuse me.
I'm not judging one way or the other.
Jewish. Cuomo is Italian.
But he had the Jewish vote. What I'm saying is that I think the left needs to think, the Democrats need to think very carefully about losing the Jewish vote, because if they lose the Jewish vote, they're cooked.
Yeah, the 1% that they might lose.
Right, come on.
Zionists.
No, we're all going to lose because they didn't get 1% of the vote.
Wait a minute. Okay. No, he's onto something here, and I think he's
hates Zionists.
Okay,
they don't
wait.
hate Jewish people.
Wait,
Stop
okay.
with the bullshit.
Wait.
I'm a lefty and I'm a Zionist.
Be quiet, little boy.
Maverick, Eartha, quit. Let me talk. Eartha, quit. Eartha, quit. Let me talk. Please, Eartha, let me talk.
America. Stop with the Jewish bullshit and talking about how they're going to lose Hollywood. We're talking about Zionism and evil. We're not talking about Jewish people of conscience who will speak out against Zionism and evil. Stop trying to gaslight us.
Yeah,
people are simple. People are simple creatures.
Let me say.
Simple creatures. The nuance that you're trying to.
I'm not finished.
Oh, Maverick wasn't finished.
I thought you were.
I wasn't finished.
Let her finish.
If you want to hear from someone, look up Norm Finkelstein.
Yeah,
He's a Jewish man. His family was in the Holocaust.
Yeah, we know
he is viciously, rabidly anti-Zionist, and he's anti-Israel, and he is full on a Jewish man. Check out people like that who are fighting for right and fighting for decency and condemning the Zionist movement.
He's
and
in the
you
minority.
won't feel bad about how you feel, Olive, when you're looking these people up who have the same righteous indignation as we do.
Is this
Kid,
the same Norm Finkelstein who got his back blown out by Destiny on Lex Friedman?
Yeah, Eartha Kitt, he's in the minority, by the way.
Okay.
It's no different than what the right is trying to do with the files. Like, oh, what if there's Democrats in there? What if Biden's in there?
Yep.
We don't care. We call out injustice, and everyone that is creating harm, doing harm, is a horrible person, should be held accountable and punished. That's what it comes down to. And
that's right.
We can keep going for semantics, and you guys can keep trying to derail it and divide everybody, but we know we're on the right side of history, and that's all that matters.
Well, so let me reply.
I think there's a couple of ways.
And let me say, I want to say I appreciate Scratch, Headley, and Amen for coming up here being opposition. I appreciate that, and I appreciate that you guys have been, nice about it. We've had some Zionists that come up and they're not so nice about it. But anyway, Scratch, go ahead. I just wanted to say, you are. No, you are. You're yes, you are. Yeah, you are.
Let them know about the IDF soldier you have up here, who actually confessed to unaliving babies, and he's and he doesn't stop them from having their say. And the person is an active IDF soldier, and he allows them on the panel to speak their truth.
Yeah.
And
now,
it's pretty much like yours.
Yeah. Now, Scratch, please go ahead.
Yeah, just a little. I think I'm going to make a decent point. If we're trying to say that, if we're promoting Zog at this point here, with Zionist occupied government, we're saying Zionists control the government, but at the same time, the left and the left is becoming more and more adverse towards Zionists. Then how do they expect to get any of their policies in place? I think that's what you're trying to say. if Zionists really do control the government and we're in disfavor of the Zionists, then we're never going to be able to do anything that we want.
That is
Is
based.
that what you're trying to say?
No, that's based on the premise that Zionists stay in power, and which is a silly premise because the goal is to remove the Zionists from power. So don't sit there. This is like a Eurocentric type argument where they called the Middle East because they use it from their perspective. It was a Middle East from the fucking London perspective. And what you just did is assumed that they would remain in power. And then you made an argument based on that because even you are acknowledging that they're in power.
Well,
as is Amen.
No, I was saying by your logic. I don't believe in the Zog or the JQ for that matter.
Okay, so
I'm going to be very honest. I'm very
Republicans and Democrats, are they? Do you think that they agree on much in Congress?
No.
But guess what? One thing is that they all agree with. Basically, all of them. What's the one thing?
What, support of Israel? Is that what you're trying to say?
That's right.
Yeah,
and you want to tell me that we don't have these people in our government when we got mayors of cities going over there just bowing down and saying that I served you as mayor? Garcetti talking about, I go to the Talmud for my ethics and run into Israel the moment they, like, what? You act like these people. You got Cory Booker had a rabbi on his back dancing around in circles. Cory isn't even Jewish.
Dressed as
a Rhodes Scholar over there and just besties with the guy that sells kosher sex toys.
And it's at every level because I'm in Lake Tahoe and we had our local, some people that were older political leaders that had retired started a charity. And this charity is specifically designed to invite IDF soldiers that are on vacation from committing G-side to come here and enjoy our community. And it's really disturbing. Like we had the board of supervisors and the city council and stuff were all asked to consider donating to this nonprofit. So, unfortunately, Pixie, our community stood up and was like, no, we're not doing that. But, these people are still coming here on vacation. It's an actual nonprofit supported by our government, allowed, and we're just allowing it.
Yeah,
look at how crazy it is. Do you guys remember Brian Mast? He's a Republican congressman who openly wears the IDF military uniform on the floor.
Wow.
Here in the U.S.
No, I've never seen that.
You maverick! It's he openly wears it. I don't how can you serve the United States and you are wearing an IDF uniform?
Absolutely right.
Yeah. No, I think that we were actually talking about that this morning. This was the prompt. Dual citizenship in government. If you're going to run for an elected office, you shouldn't be allowed to be a dual citizen. Right. And that's from any country, not just, Israel, but huge conflict. Yeah, sadly. So
absolutely. And I just want to explain where we left off a little bit from the last conversation, host, if you don't mind. I think people have to start looking at what people's ideologies are and not what they look like, So just because a group of people all look the same, they are not. It is only what you believe in. So obviously, like when we were talking about the last conversation and it got diluted because, you started bringing up European whites are the biggest murderers of the world. Well, the thing is, just because I look like another Jewish person phenotypically doesn't mean that we hold the same belief systems at all. And you can see that very well. If you were to put a Palestinian and an Israeli next to each other, you wouldn't know the difference between who is who necessarily based on just their features, right? So we can't keep going around and saying it's all white, it's all this. No, it's all about what people are believing in and their ideology. And if they have subscribed to Zionism, right, that is going to differentiate them from a Palestinian, right?
Right.
And so that's where people kind of are getting a little nutty because at the moment, you have other Zionists calling other Jews anti-Semites.
Right.
And
which is crazy.
And it's very crazy. And I think that people need to. This is very accessible, and this is why I like to promote it. It's on Netflix. It's called The BB Files. You can watch him lie under oath for an hour and a half, and he was interrogated. And before all of this day in October, his people were, even his own best friend, his lifelong friend, were basically protesting in the street against him. And we wonder why he let October 7th happen to these people and didn't give a flying fuck about their family members being held hostage. These family members that meet with him, that have members of their family held hostage, thanks, Slayer, they will say, we know we can't go too hard or he's not going to try and help us with anything.
Anybody want to add thoughts? And I agree with you, Doll. You're right, because it's like not
something.
Most Yahtzees are going to be white. Not all white people are Yahtzees.
Well, see, the thing is, Doll, you can't figure out what a person believes simply by looking at them, right? And human beings, typically, we're lazy thinkers, right? And we ascribe beliefs to people based on the way they look.
Yes.
So a person who, drives a Cadillac and is, got a suit on and is, hops out on Wall Street, we're going to think, we're going to make a judgment about that person versus some person who looks like they're homeless. So that's the thing about the nuance between a Zionist and a Jewish person. That's a nuance that is only going to be here in some sort of debate. When it gets out into the real world, the more that the left says that Zionists are subhuman and are the problem, the more that the Jewish people are going to feel threatened. Because, look, the Jewish people in a synagogue, right? So, Maverick, you said, hey, we condemn, attacking synagogues and all that, right? But how can you tell if the people in the synagogue are Zionists or anti-Zionists? You can't tell.
That's been the beauty, America. You just illustrated the beauty of how this Zionist agenda has been working so beautifully and executed so well all the time, is because it's very hard to have lazy people identify it.
Right, but they're all going to be lumped together, is what I'm saying.
To your point, though, Amen, let me say that anybody that's going into a synagogue attacking or any kind of Jewish area and attacking to get to Zionists, they're wrong.
Yeah,
they're wrong for that. Period. In the fucking story. Even if there was just, all of them, but one was a Zionist, that is wrong because you don't know what H group looks like in Palestine. Yet you've demolished 90% of all the buildings. Just crumbling around these people, unaliving all kinds of just innocent civilians, and every time you turn around, they're H group. They have an ideology that is this Arabic ideology, this Muslim ideology. You guys continue to do that, and then you complain when we talk about Zionism being a problem?
Well, you're proving my point. I'm not a Zionist, but you're proving my point, which is that
yes, you are.
Human beings generally treat groups, in a dumb way. And so, the rhetoric
I made that point earlier.
The point I was trying to make.
It's gonna backfire.
I literally said this earlier. So you're I agree with what you're saying.
Yeah,
what is Zionism? Can we establish that?
It is basically nationalism there in Israel, where they get to control everything there, especially when it comes to Palestinians. And whenever they find their way into your country, in this one we have Zionists that have ingratiated themselves into our country to do the bidding of this other country. That is horseshit. This is nationalist crap that has nothing to do with America.
And I would
my definition. I'll give it more concise. My definition of Zionism is believing in a Jewish state that's that's for Jewish people, controlled by Jewish people. That's Zionism. It's promoting a Jewish Zionism is promoting a Jewish ethnic state in the Holy Land.
Well,
Okay,
think about
what
it this
if
way,
they-
though. Like, what
would
if
we-
that person, right? What if that ethno-state
Wait, can we accept that
decides
definition?
that they're going to do an ethnic cleansing, right? Is it okay now for us to say
That's not an
just-
okay thing. Yeah, they shouldn't do that.
Right. So what the point is like you can say Zionism is us giving everybody lollipops. But if they're not giving
That's not what I
everybody
said.
lollipops and they're actually schmurdering people, you know, it's no longer like we're like, oh yeah, like Zionism is about lollipops, you know?
So I said I have a principle state against all ethno-states. I think ethno-states are disgusting, right? Just the concept. And then the G side on top of that makes it worse, right? So if we accept the definition of Zionism to be wanting a Jewish ethno-state in the Holy Land, and I have a principle stance against all ethno-states, on top of course, the G side, I don't know why we're calling me, and I don't know for American down there, like me at least, like a Zionist. I'm just saying,
then you're not a Zionist because you don't believe in them having.
Just give me a sec.
Just
For
wait,
me,
he'll
it's
tell you.
concerning as somebody who's argued against Nazis since he was like 14 years old on Discord. And the biggest tell you could always see if somebody was a Nazi. Okay, do they believe in the JQ? Do they believe in the Zog? Do they think that like Zionists or Jews or whatever have some kind of disproportionate control over the government? They're making decisions beyond the people. And when you hear those things being made on the left, I almost don't fault people for then associating people who believe in these kinds of things with being anti-Semitic, because the line is super fucking blurry. If the people who just 2 years ago were talking about Zog and talking about how Zionists were controlling the government, who were generally anti-Semitic, and now you have the actual left doing that, no shit, they're going to call you anti-Semitic. It's the exact same fact pattern.
But that's not anti-Semitism.
No, but
Well, it's the path to it.
No, it isn't.
I would say this,
It's telling somebody what you see and criticizing what you see is not anti-Semitic. That's ridiculous.
Most people aren't as intellectual as you are. When you tell them that the Jews are running the government and the Jews are Israel first, they're going to think, oh, all these people in the synagogues are bad people.
It's not Jewish people, though. It is not
people are simple
Jewish
creatures.
people. I
know
understand what you're saying.
Nuance, but
there is nuance because, like, for example, Cory Booker, he's not Jewish. Eric Adams is not Jewish. Now, Garcetti is Jewish, but they're all Zionists. And whenever I criticize what they're doing, at least in my country, I criticize all of them, and the majority of the ones that I would criticize in America are not Jewish people.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about it, the people that get criticized the most at nauseum are the Muslim politicians, right? They get lambasted, right, all the time, right? And nobody says, oh, we need laws to protect these people from this hate speech.
Look at Ilhan Omar. That's a great Ilhan Omar gets the most vile things said to her by the president of the United States, and nobody does anything.
When he said the swaddling,
speaking of that, let me play this clip real quick. It's very short. Just watch. I'm glad you brought up Ilhan Omar. Listen to this.
Garbage into our country. Ilhan Omar is garbage. She's garbage. Her friends are garbage. These aren't people that work. These aren't people that say, let's go, come on, let's make this place great. These are people that do nothing but complain. They complain. And from where they came from, they got nothing. You know, they came from paradise, and they said, this isn't paradise. But when they come from hell, and they complain, and do nothing but bitch, we don't want them in our country.
Atrocious.
Yeah.
Well,
this
I
man is
think
disgusting.
that's horrible, but I think that the actual thing that was so absolutely Islamophobic was when he wrote in that post, the swaddling hijab.
Exactly.
I thought that was the most the disgrace. To me,
gross.
that is disgraceful. And so when people are like, it has to be specific, like, you know, like in terms of you know, like the identifying the religion in my mind. So he calls her garbage and that stuff. That's not pinpointing like that specific hate. I think that he's not walking around and saying, oh, you're stupid, you know, shiny star of David. You know, no one's saying that, right?
Well,
but if someone did, holy fuck.
Here's
you know?
the deal: when a religion is also an ethno-state, or sorry, is also an ethnicity, such as Judaism and Jewish people, you're going to have a problem when you create an ethno-state, right?
And they did that on
Like, there is
purpose.
no Muslim is a religion. Islam is a religion. It's not an ethno-state, or it's not an ethnicity. Excuse me, I keep saying that wrong. So what we're seeing with Israel, the problem with Israel is that they are pushing around their ethnicity for masking it behind their religion, and they're shoving themselves into trying to take over portions of the region.
That's right. And they purposely did that because that would benefit this whole thing, right? They purposely wanted to be differentiated at one point. And so what I'm saying is, why all of a sudden is it a problem now that we're differentiating you like you wanted? Now all of a sudden they're like, no, I don't want to be singled out.
No.
We would never tolerate this behavior from anyone else. Like if we said we wanted to go create a Christian nation, we would never tolerate it. A Muslim nation would never be tolerated. But
Right.
America, you keep trying to talk about that we're generalizing things and confusing it, but there is nobody here that is confused or generalizing a single population of anyone. We understand those nuances, and you don't want to give credit to the American people for being able to understand those things. You know, maybe Trump supporters can't, but most of us are able to understand nuance.
Okay.
And
Well, on this
we're
panel,
not
Okay, I
generalizing
encourage.
anything.
I know we're all online autists who only touch grass once per week. Okay, I'm telling you, the average person does not understand. Understand this, doll. If I was to call out anybody, it'd be you especially. Okay.
Hold on.
Okay, you
Look
very
at this.
okay.
She's
Look at
literally
this,
touching
buddy.
She's
grass.
touching grass,
Paul's
bro.
like,
Look at this,
I'm
buddy.
outside right
Look
now.
at that shit. She was fucking
That's
ready
the
for that. I
grass,
hope you
baby.
know
Damn,
that.
doll.
W doll in the comments. W doll.
She was
Shit.
That's
fucking
pretty
ready.
funny.
She knew
That's
someone was
That's
gonna
grass.
fucking
say
funny.
that.
Right, babies? That's right.
That's funny. All right. Scratch. Go ahead and make your point.
I gotta go eat lunch. Thanks for having me up.
Yeah, thanks, America. Appreciate it, man.
Yeah, I don't think I was making the point that you guys in particular, or I don't know, America, were anti-Semitic. I was just saying that if this is what it took to consider this person anti-Semitic in the past, and how people on the left are having very similar opinions, then I'm not going to blame people when they call them anti-Semitic. And I also think the median voter, and that is a slur, okay? The median voter probably doesn't understand that nuance. And I think that's like, yeah, go ahead.
Now, I just wanted to make one point though, since we're talking about this. Do we also have the fact to acknowledge that some people, not all people, stay to their same persecutions? Because you have to understand something. Like some of these people, they were born and raised into this, so that's partially why they think that way. And it takes, if you meet everybody the same way with the approach, and where it's like you're this and you're that, instead of trying to appeal over time to get people to. I'm not saying it works for everybody. That's not what I'm saying. This is a really fucking bad issue, especially the fact that we have people that literally control our government that push these narratives on what side they want to see what. But it's up to us as the people who are educated on these things to try to pull some of them at least out of the grasp of these beliefs, because people can be stuck in a belief, and it can, some of them can be saved. I'm not saying all of them, but some can be like, are just prejudged because they misunderstand something, or they don't exactly, again, I said this earlier, they don't understand where they stand on the spectrum. Like they believe some of some side and some of the other, and they're confused. But it is a huge issue with people sometimes misidentifying what a Zionist is, or somebody who's on the other side. Like it's just something that goes on constantly, and we just assume everybody's the same. That's all I really wanted to say, because people
I
can
don't know,
change.
madam, at this point, like there should be zero confusion. And this is, I guess, where I have my issue. No
I'm
one
on
should
your
have
side, Olive, just for the record.
Oh, what's that?
I said I'm on your side. I was just explaining
Oh,
because I don't believe
I
in
know
just
you are. I know
prejudging
you are,
everybody.
madam. No, I know you are. But like the confusion for anybody, for anything to do with this at this point, I don't know how there can be
confusion. I don't even when you get into, even when you're on panels and people are getting into the history of Palestine, Israel, who was there first, like all of the stuff, getting right into the weeds of it. For me, at this point today, December 3rd, 2025, doesn't hold very much weight with what's going on. Like, I don't give a shit who was there first when we look at today and where we stand today. At this point, like, I hope you guys understand what I'm saying. It's so bad, it's so atrocious, it's so horrific what has happened over the last 2 years that to me, the relevance of who was there first is zero excuse for where we are today.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you either believe in human rights or you don't. And I mean, it's pretty obvious to see. We can see it with our own eyes. Like, you're either on the right side of history or the wrong side of history.
And I want to bring up a point that was talked about like, oh, like the left is going to really go nowhere because they keep pushing anti-Semitism. I actually if you watch Bibi's little meeting with all of the press and the media, right? There was a little roundtable about what we're going to do with the narrative going forward. And you see him say, well, they could talk about this woke right. Well, I think it's the woke right. Remember that?
Yes.
I can't do it well. I know that was really bad. But
that's exactly what happened, and that was in a meeting about the influence that the Zionists on social media, specifically through TikTok.
Yeah,
that's where that conversation was taking place. We need influencers.
What we have to do?
Here, let me play that clip.
Is we have to secure that part of the base of our support in the United States. That is being challenged systematically. We have to fight back. How do we fight back? Our influencers, that community, they're very important. And secondly, we're going to have to use the tools of battle. You know, the weapons change over time, but we have to fight with the weapons that apply to the battlefields in which we're engaged. And the most important ones are in social media. And the most important purchase that is going on right now is followers. TikTok. No.
Yeah. And that deal already went through. Yeah. So
and he says he wants people to go after this he calls a anti-Semitic sect of the right. Right? It's like he's not talking about the left. And so I don't know what
anti-Semitism on the right is well and prevalent.
That's the point. We used to be able to make excuses for people being uneducated or, the history of what happened there. None of that matters anymore with social media and the internet because we can all see with our own eyes what is happening. So if you are saying you're confused, then you are either willfully ignoring what's going on.
Yeah,
that's
scratchy, because I think you had made the point about not being able to tell the difference anymore because those lines have been blurred. Is that what the point you were making was?
That's what they want. That's what they want.
Okay,
I'm asking Scratch.
Let's go. Okay, give me a second. Let's go back to 2017.
Well, was that your point?
2017.
What was that your point?
Yeah, that is my point. The lines are blurred, right? If I went let's go back to 2017. If somebody in 2017 said, "I believe in the Zog," what do you immediately think about them?
I mean, they were doing the same thing in 2017. They were doing it in 2014.
Okay. I'm asking you. Right. I'm asking you. 2017. Who were the people who were promoting the Zog? Was it leftist or was it mainly like people on the right and like 4chan forums who were
Fuentes and shit? Yeah, I mean, sure.
Okay, yeah, it was people who are anti-Semitic. So everybody associated the Zog of anti-Semitism. Now let's go to modern day. A lot of people on the left are also saying the Zog. So yeah, I'm saying the lines are confused because if anybody tracked that that over time, you say, okay, well, this thing, which is everybody associated with being wholly anti-Semitic, is now also being promoted left, but they're saying it isn't anti-Semitic. No shit, the lines are blurred. People are getting confused.
It's done.
Well,
It's done.
okay, I want to point out that the Zog is a Zionist talking point. You get that? Yes.
Yeah.
No.
You
and that's-
yes, because are you saying that Zionists haven't basically taken the government in this country?
I mean, think
I
about
feel like
Hold on. Do Zionists? Do we have a bunch of Zionists that run this country right now? Scratch.
Yeah, we have people who believe in Zionism run the country.
Yeah, okay. So when you say Zog as a derogatory and you're an anti-Semite statement, what you're doing is the Zionist work for them. That's why I called you a Zionist.
No.
Because every time I turn around, you are subtly defending them and saying that if you believe these things like Zionists controlling the government, even though they do, and we can see it with our eyes, that you must be an anti-Semite. That's what you're implying.
Liberal, this is exactly
this is like so everybody knows what the Great Replacement theory, conspiracy theory is, right? Do we understand that?
I mean,
hold on, Scott, real quick.
So
I mean, you can pivot away from that if you can pivot away from what I just said.
Integral to my argument of what the Zog is. Okay, so like people will often the Great Replacement is basically conspiracy theory. It's basically people are purposely being shipped in immigrants from other to replace Americans and slowly like cause some kind of like weird cultural shift, and sometimes it's like grouped in with the like Jews. The problem is a lot of people on the right will also say, "Oh, I believe the Great Replacement. People are just being replaced." I'm not saying it's on purpose or not, but when people originally made the Great Replacement conspiracy, it literally always implied some purposeful or intentional importation to like cause some cultural shift. So when somebody says Zog, I don't think they just mean a lot of people who are in government, or at least the original conspiracy is it's not just a lot of people in government believe in Zionism, but also like this like deeper like actual cabal of people, and we can never do things that are against like Zionist interests, which I think is completely untrue. We could just look back the Biden administration, like they put a partial arms embargo on Israel, which was lifted
for how long? For how long?
I don't think that's entirely true.
Yeah, I mean,
for how long? For a month? 2 months? He gave them everything that they needed. What are you talking about? Joe Biden was a Zionist too. Still is.
I said he wasn't.
What
that he doesn't operate. He doesn't
Yes, he
do
is.
everything that's in the Zionist interest.
He absolutely did. The only reason why he did that, he placated to his base. And I find it interesting that you are comparing two separate things here. You're comparing one thing that does not have evidence that's right in front of your face, the Great Replacement theory, and you're comparing that and arguing that with Zog. You claim Zog when we know for a fact that Zionists occupy the United States government. So one you can prove is true, the other one you can't, and yet you for some reason wanted to compare those two, Scratch?
Well, on its face, if you're just stating that people are being imported as like we're having an aging population, and then they're replacing people.
Nobody up here said that.
Or unaliving. The Great Replacement theory is true, but if you take the deeper meaning, which is this is like some deep conspiracy to replace like real Americans, cause some cultural shift, and the Great Replacement isn't true.
The two have nothing to do with each other.
That if we just take the actual literal meaning of Great Replacement or the actual literal meaning of Zionist occupied government, then I guess it's true. But the deeper meaning of the actual conspiracy theory isn't just Zionists occupying the government or people are being replaced.
Those two have nothing to do with each other.
Okay.
Yeah, they have nothing to do with each other.
What I'm saying?
No, I know what you're trying to say, but you're not doing a good job of it. Sure, I can repeat you took one example that is not true, and you took another example that is true, and you tried to compare those two, and it didn't work. And I just called you out, and then you wanted me to repeat the things that you just said that weren't true.
Okay, yeah, you're not understanding.
Did I get that right?
No, you didn't. Right?
No, I did. No, I did. You're comparing. You're comparing a white nationalist conspiracy theory that they're going to get rid of all the whites, which is just happening by nature because for whatever reason. You're comparing that to something that we can literally see with our own fucking eyes. Mm-hmm. This very divided government comes together for one issue and one issue only, and that is Israel.
Okay.
So
I mean, I'm gonna try and repeat it again. So on it, okay, wait. Is it true that in most Western countries there are aging populations. Number one, which means that there's a non-replacement birth rate,
Can you
which
stop
means
playing
that
Tetris?
generally
Stop talking about the great replacement theory. I don't
You don't
care
understand.
about the
It's
great
on its face.
replacement theory.
People being replaced is on its face true, but it's implying something else. It's implying they're being replaced for something else. And same with the Zionist thing, right? Is it on its face true? People in government and who are Zionists control the government? Yes.
They
Who
are
always
controlling
working
the
in
government.
Zionist interests. Zionist interests. That it's okay.
They are.
No, it's fine. No, it's fine.
Okay, the natural replacement of people, because people unalive, you're literally comparing that in Iran.
Thank God.
He's a runner.
I just want to point something out as a pattern analyst. If nobody noticed that, as he was slipping up and being pointed out in his own flaw, he would click faster and faster.
Right,
And
somebody
faster.
told him to stop clicking. Yeah.
And then that was like, he's like, shit, like he doesn't know that, but that's his nervous tick. Whenever he's being wrong or he feels nervous, he starts clicking his
Because I
mouth
said so,
fast.
told him. Okay. Somebody said stop clicking.
Yeah,
I think he's playing that game where because I seen one of his videos. He does that where you collect the coins. You go back and forth on the trains or whatever. He's probably playing that game.
Oh, Subway Surfer.
Is that what it is? Yeah.
Yeah, Subway Surfer. But yeah, that was his nervous tick too, regardless. Because he clicked faster, as you pointed out, his flaw in the argument. And once they said he had to stop clicking, he ran because he knew he couldn't do it. It's how he levels himself out when he's nervous.
I mean, I know the point he's trying to make. It's just a bad point. He's saying there's more to the conspiracy than what is the obvious part. But again, we can also point to those things with quote unquote Zog, which is just a Zionist talking point to make you seem like and feel like you might be anti-Semitic. They do this to get you to shut up. This is just like these white liberal women that kept calling me misogynist despite the fact that I'm not. There's nothing in my life you can point to that would indicate that I'm a misogynist, yet that didn't stop them. And they did that because they wanted me to shut up and do what they wanted me to do. And I wouldn't do it. And so they label you a certain way, no matter what you do, no matter what you say. And that's why to Olive, I said, you know what? Fuck these people. Don't make yourself, that you don't hate somebody because they are this, that, or the other. Fuck the rest of these people because they're going to say whatever they're going to say no matter what you do or say.
Yeah, I apologize for people that look like me on a regular basis these days. Like YT women seem to be feeling very confused about their position in the world and like have been attacking everyone. It's been really traumatic.
Yeah. And I will say, Scratch, if you're listening, I don't know why I keep letting you up because when I come to your panel, you never let me up, and I've always let you up. He never lets me onto his panel. He let me up one time and never again after that. So maybe I should just start making him wait in the comment section.
These guys have infiltrated every section of our government. Like if you look at our cop cities and our law enforcement's going overseas to train with them. ICE is working with them regularly now for surveillance purposes, and they're getting our license plates. It's the entire thing. We wouldn't have any surveillance, nothing without them. And yeah.
Well, quite a few years ago, we were told that a lot of the police departments in this country were being taught by the IDF tactics and ways of dealing with people. I didn't know if that was true, but you can look up some articles where they said that a lot of these departments were trained by Israel's IDF soldiers or whoever the hell they have doing it. But the bottom line is this: for the Jewish people who are Jewish, who are torn between and betwixt, because I know a few of them came on this panel who is Jewish, but they don't agree with what's happening, but they believe that the state of Israel should exist because they're been taught all their life that this is what the difference between right and wrong and when something is evil. Just like people are always shocked that we can criticize this government. It is evil, yes. It has had its hand in every wicked, demonic thing to get into the position of power it is in now. They didn't get into this position of power by giving everybody a loaf of bread. What they did was take away people's food and take away people's minerals and gold and oil and things of that nature to be who they are. That is evil.
Well, also, you know what also is very interesting when you look up the members of the boards of CDC,
Oh, all of them. It's all throughout every echelon of society. They're in every echelon.
pharmaceuticals, you know.
Well, and the other thing too, it like kind of to go back to what I had mentioned earlier about Brian Mast, Israel wouldn't be able to have this kind of control without the backing of the United States, right?
Yeah.
That's right.
And but when you have members of Congress or you have you people in power who are allowed to serve in the IDF,
Amen.
and then I mean, that's a big
It's
problem.
wild.
So I'm not going to go as far as you, Maverick, and say that I don't believe that Israel should exist. I'm not.
Of course you won't, darling. And I'm not asking you to. I understand.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't believe that. But what I do think.
Wait. Let me just say for the record, I say I don't believe Israel has a right to exist in its current state, in its genocidal, apartheid dominating state. Just like I don't believe that the United States should be able to exist in the state where it can go and blow up boats with fishermen on it. That's what I mean by that.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. All right.
Jewish people have a right to exist wherever they want.
Yes.
And they shouldn't be attacked because they're Jewish. That's bullshit. Just like that fucking dumb fuck that was throwing the fucking Molotovs at those elderly.
Yeah,
Like that shit is fucked up. That shit
for
is
their hostages,
fucked up.
their
And
family. Yeah.
I even saw a video. There was like a group of people. I actually played it and got a banana because the person was on there, doing this, and I didn't realize it. But this guy just laid into this. You fucking Jays. I mean, just starts screaming at him. I'm like, what the fuck?
He watched them for a year, every day, every weekend to do this, and they did it peacefully for not over a year, but almost.
The guy that attacked them did. What the fuck?
He had planned it for over months, watching them, get together and gather. So he finally said, I guess I'm gonna go and do something and light these people like.
Wow.
These were all elderly people, mind you, doing it for over a long period of time and never had an issue, and these are fellow Americans. And
that's nuts.
And I just think that's crazy, right? And
of course it is.
And the problem is, of course, it gets lost in the weeds because then it becomes who's the guy, right? And he was.
Hold on. This is funny. It says remove Scratch 2.0. Scratch 2.0's live content contains themes that some may find uncomfortable. What the fuck?
He's been gone for
like 15 minutes. A guest in your live has violated our misinformation policy. Repeated violations by your guest may lead to restrictions. Live visibility restricted. So now it restricted my visibility because of Scratch.
Oh no.
Yeah, there's this new thing. It happened to me last night. It was AI generated a keyword.
Fuck?
AI generated a keyword that was used in your live, and you can appeal. It was an AI generated keyword that it picked up.
Yeah, but two things though. One, as much as we disagree with Scratch, he didn't actually say anything that warrants that kind of a violation, which is ridiculous. That means his account is being targeted by TikTok. But
that is bullshit.
Maverick, the reason that I was bringing up the whole Israel being a state, one of the arguments that I had heard recently, I think it was on Olive's panel, this was about a month ago, was from somebody who had mentioned that they openly said, I am a Zionist, but they said that the only reason that they align with that is because they believe in Israel having a right to exist, okay, full stop. But where they cannot defend themselves is when you say, okay, well, Israel does exist, it's a recognized state. how do you justify the occupation of the West Bank and Gaza? Because therefore, you're not really fighting for your ability to hold statehood. What you're doing is you're trying to remove an entire other, basically not nationality, but another religion, right? Which would be the direct attack on Islam. So I find that the whole Zionist argument from those who say they're pro-Zionist but want a two-state solution, I think is quite comical. And I've been hearing that a lot lately as well.
Yeah, I don't understand why.
I agree with you that we have I totally agree with you. There's nothing to not agree with. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Why would it be okay for us to have a state where we isolate whoever we feel like? Like we can't do that. I don't understand. No one else would be allowed to do that.
Yeah. Do they put up signs Jays only over the water fountain? Is that how that works?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, the occupation of Gaza pretty much is a yes.
Right. They even have automated drone pew pew things that exist at those fucking checkpoints. Have you guys seen that?
When they get off a bus?
Literally, computer, like it's automated. It's fucking, it'll pew pew people.
Yeah.
And this is why I said, guys, because we know how strong, how heavy their surveillance is, their checkpoints. Sometimes we had somebody come up here and said they're
Exactly.
in a checkpoint for hours just to go a couple blocks down they're in it for they have such security.
Well, I heard someone say.
Excuse me.
Oh, sorry.
It doesn't make sense that October 7th happened at all, but when you get to the nook and crannies of how long these people were, across the fence in the spot where they weren't supposed to be, that they were able to do such acts and such atrocities and do things to babies and behead them and do it just made no sense, and it's making no sense to a lot of people.
Right.
And that's why I'm not buying that.
Well, I heard somebody say, well, they should just leave if they don't like it. That's what I heard Azayo say. And I said, what? Where are they
going to go?
Can't. And then where do they go? And then it's like that's their whole thing. And then I said to them, do you know that banks in Qatar wouldn't even accept this transaction being made by Bibi to these groups, these T groups? Do you know there's video footage of suitcases of millions of dollars in cash? They couldn't even give it to a Qatari bank to distribute to them because of the affiliations of the people being paid. You can go look.
Crazy.
This is on the BB files. You can actually see.
And guess where those millions of dollars came from?
Us. Yes.
Us.
Did you see that they gave a press pass to Laura Loomer? She was in the
oh my God.
Yeah, so she now gets a front row seat. I just saw it yesterday. She sits in the front row and she asks questions because she is now considered part of the press.
Laura Groomer.
Yeah.
Laura.
Maybe she's doing a sequel to Saw, the movie Saw.
I mean, so Loomer's kind of like a broken clock is right twice a day.
Right.
I mean, I'm definitely MAGA, but Loomer, she scares me sometimes for sure.
She reminds me of that. Oh God, what is that?
It's that
it's
movie.
Like the clown face with the. It's not Pennywise. It's Saw. Yes, thank you, God. Yes. Oh, you did say so. Oh, yes.
I said she's over there doing the sequel to Saw.
Yes.
Well,
oh my God.
She's an inquisitor. She's a modern day inquisitor, and you get in her crosshairs and you're in trouble.
America, let's get to you. You're MAGA. Why did you drink the Kool-Aid? How does the Kool-Aid taste, and how does your daddy diaper Dawn taste? Because
it tastes so good. It tastes so good. I would lick his big toe all day long.
Oh my goodness! Here we go. I found Laura Loomer's picture.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, that's funny.
So let me ask you this: since we have Canadian in the house,
do
you think that you agree with Trump that Canada's going to be the 51st state? Do you believe he should go ahead and do that and annex Canada?
Well, we've invited Canada because they can't survive economically on their own, even though even though
Claw
they
his
think
ass up.
they want to make a
This is
deal.
somebody we can claw up together. This
They
is
want
this
to make
man's
a
thing.
deal with the devil in China. Like, good
America,
luck with that.
Have you seen the trade deals? And our GDP this last quarter was up 3.6 something percent, or 2 point something percent this quarter. We are making moves up here, America,
Oh
because
yeah.
we know at this point we cannot rely
Well,
on
you'd
the
rather be a
unpredictability of
vassal
the
of
U.S.
China than a state of America? I mean, that's your choice, I guess. If you want to become a vassal state of China, you're welcome to it.
I'd rather be a vassal state of China than of this hideous orange orangutan in that administration.
That seems a
In
little.
America,
That
what
seems a
state
little
do you live in?
emotional.
America, what state do you live in?
The greatest state in the union, Missouri.
Well, I hope
God.
Canada, I hope that you have the electricity that you can turn off in Missouri. And if you do, you listen
Wait
to
a second, Maverick.
make them walk around with candles for the rest of their lives.
Maverick, wait a
America,
second.
I have a question. I have a
So
question
America,
for you,
really
America.
quick.
Oh, we
So
lost
I'm in
Laura.
Missouri
We lost
too.
Laura.
I'm in Missouri
America,
too,
I have a
America.
question for you.
Wait a second, Olive.
Oh, yeah.
I'm in Missouri too, America. I'm in
Oh,
Missouri
God.
too. And did you know they block porn? So you being MAGA, how are you able to release if you can't even watch porn?
The
'Cause we
grinder
know you're not
is
getting
still
paid.
accessible. Grinder is still accessible.
Sorry, Chico.
You know, America, you're not getting any action. You know you're an incel. If you're
You,
MAGA, you're an incel.
Yeah, America.
you mean my
Roll down.
you mean my two children
Too
are.
early to be drinking, Chico.
Hold
It's
on.
way
So
too early.
you mean my
You have
hold
two
on.
children?
So my
Now, are
two.
they yours or
So
did you find them somewhere?
so
Did you
who is this
marry
guy?
them?
Oh,
Okay,
this is
Chico, let him respond. Let him respond.
Hey, Chico, nice to see you. Well, if that means that my two teenage sons are
Did you
going to
steal
be
them somewhere?
less likely to see, your daughter's OnlyFans account, then I think that's probably a good thing.
No, that's fine. But America,
I have two
you
teenage
have children.
sons.
Now, were they abducted? Were they abducted?
I have two teenage sons, and I can tell you if they're not watching that, they are out there doing the act in real life.
You
And
are cold.
as a teen mother, I can tell you that is not the outcome that you want. So yeah, support the freedom of our bodies.
Freedom of corn.
America, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Why will Trump not release the job growth or GDP numbers? Why are those not being released to the American public?
Thank you. That's what I was trying to say. We don't have the
Oh,
stats.
Dina,
We're
welcome in. You hadn't
thank you.
spoken yet.
Thank you.
Welcome
Yes, I'm
aboard.
listening.
Yes. Go ahead. If after America answers, let Dina go. She hasn't spoken yet.
So I guess you're talking about the Bureau of Labor Management, the reports
I'm
that they
just
release.
asking why Donald Trump's administration is not releasing to the American public job numbers and GDP growth.
So you don't know where those numbers come from, I guess. So it comes
Well, no, I'm
through the
asking
Bureau
why they're
of
not
Labor
being
Management, right?
I mean,
So
Canada's releasing those numbers. America,
so
stop it.
well, you keep interrupting me, Olive. So we had to get rid of the former head of BLM because they were cooking the numbers.
God, BLM.
They were
An idiot.
or is it
You're an
BML?
idiot.
BLM, BML, I forget the exact acronym, but it's the Bureau of
Black
Labor
Lives Matter
Statistics,
is
right?
the reason why this orange diaper wearing orangutan
So-
isn't releasing job numbers, job growth numbers. Is
Oh,
that
you all are
Well,
so
here's the thing,
You
though.
all are so
He'll never
confused.
be able to release the job growth numbers because there was none.
Right.
It was job loss
BLS.
numbers that he has to release.
So we had to fire the head of this department, right?
Well, hold on,
Oh,
Chico.
my
Hold on,
goodness.
Chico. Okay, guys, let America get it out. We all know it's funny, and then let's let
Thank you.
Dina
I
speak after
appreciate it.
America's done.
So, the left was up in arms when we had to fire the head of, the department in charge of releasing job numbers and other things like GDP, right? Because they were sending out surveys that were basically old school, that were no longer, like the response rates on these surveys were pretty low, and the numbers always had to be corrected, sometimes by like 100%, sometimes 200%. So we had to fire that lady. and then we put someone new in, and then of course we had the government shutdown. So at some point, yeah, we'll start getting good, accurate numbers like, we need in America. But it's not some grand conspiracy.
So why did they fire the labor
The numbers are
secretary?
actually
Wait a second.
underreported.
Why did they fire the labor secretary before the shutdown even started? Why did dipshit fire the labor secretary before the shutdown even started?
Right, because she was doing a terrible job.
No, because she wouldn't lie for that fucking orange bastard.
Yeah,
Pedophile motherfucker that
historically,
you
there have been many
for.
studies done that have said that the numbers that we get from labor statistics have always been underreported because people get frustrated with the system and stop even trying to look for jobs. So, yeah, when these new supposedly better numbers come out, I have a feeling that you're going to be disappointed.
Well, the problem was the revisions, right? So
One second. Dina has to speak. She was
Yes,
first.
Yeah,
thank you,
I mean,
Maverick.
come on,
Yeah,
guys. I've
go
been
ahead, Dina.
trying.
Get in there. Let them have it.
Thank you. For that point, okay, when they fired the BLS director, and by the way, those numbers were not inaccurate, all right? They appointed E.J. Antoni to fill her position. He was ousted because he was never nominated by Congress. Then the shutdown happened. No, Guy, I'm telling you, if you remember C-19, he said, we're going to drop the cases. We need to stop testing. And the number of cases of COVID will drop. That's what's happening. He doesn't want the information to get out. We all see it every day when we go to the grocery store, when we pay our electric bill, when we see the taxes rise, and especially for those unfortunates that's going to have their health care bill rise 100%. So I don't know what you're talking about. I really don't. And if you support this man, I feel sorry for you. I can't even call you an American. By the way, and I'm just going to finish up with this. If we don't get this son of a bitch out of office through impeachment, indictment, and imprisonment, then we're going to lose a chance of ever having any credibility that we've gained while he's been in office. And I kid you not. It is imperative we get these fascists out of office. With that, you can drop me, party, and have fun.
Well, thank you, Dina. You're welcome to stay if you want. I always appreciate you being up here.
Okay.
But
That's okay. I got things to do.
Thank you. Well, I hope you stay and listen. I appreciate it.
Thanks for bringing that up, Dina.
See ya.
So if we
impeach, that was perfect timing to do a commercial.
Oh yeah. Do you want to do it, Maverick? You're way better at it than me. Get them.
We should have been at 100K. Guys, let's tap that screen. We're at 60K likes, 60K.7. Thank you. If we power tap and tap collectively, we will get there in less than 2 minutes. So we can get to 40K in no time. If just 20 of us in the room taps together. So let's tap that screen. We also have a gifting goal of 10 crowns. We have 1 crown, so we need 9 crowns, guys.
Make me look pretty with the tiara, please. Make me look pretty.
And
Maverick, I'm tapping like JD
no,
Vance.
Not you, darling. Not you, and Chico. Not on the panel.
Thank you.
You don't tap on the panel. And guys, there also, if you want to show a love offering and support
Thank
this
you, doll.
live, and you can also send Cash App and Venmo to Lib Loudmouth, and he would greatly appreciate that. And that keeps this live going because this is a job, it's work, and we also need to be interactive with TikTok. And thank you. So those numbers aren't moving fast enough. So my black voice is going to continue talking until we get to 75K likes. And I know we can do that in less than a minute. But
I have to say, Maverick, you have like an ASMR voice.
Yeah, right.
But guys, we need to tap. I don't know what's going on. I go into some of these other lives that are just boring, and they get taps and people sending gifts, and because they know they have to interact with a live that they enjoy. We also have hate watchers, and the hate watchers that are watching. You can get your frustration out by punching Lib Loudmouth in his nose with your finger and just bop it, right? Whenever he frustrates you. And for all of those who are listening offline, don't be afraid to come online and listen. He literally allows everyone speak their truth, no matter how ugly, how harsh it is. And there's no shame put to it, but we do debate and we call you out, America, who is a MAGA. See, we got a MAGA up here. So, guys, we're good. We're still at 64,000. Guys, I'm not going to stop. You can listen to this black voice until we get to 75K and move on to 100K. Now, I'm going to be eating my fried chicken and watermelon. You can call me LaQuisha while we're doing this, or we can tap, tap, tap that screen. This keeps us on the algorithm. We want to get more MAGA in here. We want to get more pro-Israelis in here. We want to get more Canadians like Olive in here.
Fucking
So that we
Canadians.
can have that's right, LaQuisha. That's what I was called by a Canadian. He said, "Be quiet, LaQuisha, and get your SNAP benefits." Right. So let's tap, tap, tap that screen,
Maverick, we want
guys.
sober. We want sober Canadians.
Yes. Yes. But so we're almost there, guys. We're at 66 likes.
4,000 left.
Yup, we got 4K left, and I'll shut my black mouth and we can go on with the show. But we shouldn't have to do this. Thank you, Success. We shouldn't have to do this because you guys should be interacting with this app. And oh, wait a minute, how many we only have 3 crowns, guys. So what's going on with the gift?
And Hush Puppy, thank you for the tiara. I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Hush Puppy. And make sure you call out your cash gifters as well.
Yes.
And so that we can get to a daily goal of your cash so that you can do this. This is a lot of work, guys. He does a lot of research and setup and all that stuff, and he enjoys doing this. And just trying to get to $100 a day live it's like throwing pennies. So that if we all send $1 to the Cash App, we'll be there and past that goal. And people say, "Oh, you're grifting." No, baby, this is work. That's why people are here enjoying this. That's why we have people like America. America couldn't go on certain panels. Congress of Climate wouldn't be allowed on certain panels. Olive wouldn't be allowed because they like to take away people's freedom of speech. They want echo chambers in a lot of these other lives. They don't want you to be too harsh. That's why I'm in this live, because I'm vicious. I can't even go to a black live. They can't stand me.
I actually saw that firsthand.
Yes.
Talking about that. Yeah, it's crazy. I'm like, well, come on, Maverick. You can come over here and piss everybody off with me.
This is the only live that allows you to speak.
70,000.
So they want me to shut my black mouth. Okay.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And don't forget, on Crash App and Vimo, that's $LibLoudMouth and @LibLoudMouth if you want to do it that way. You know, you can even write little notes on there, and on Vimo, I can actually respond. We can actually have a conversation on there. So,
wait a minute,
who was
I forgot
next?
to tell them, guys. If somebody was on the panel that's irritating the hell out of you, send a Cash App to LibLoudMouth of $10 for a certain time, or $30 or $50 to permanently get rid of them. If we call it a sniping fee. They do that all the time because sometimes people just get irritated and want a person to be dropped. But let's make that an incentive to drop people that are irritating you.
Yeah, and if you do the $10 one, it is for 30 minutes. The 50 is for the live. So. Yeah, it's up to you. Yeah. You know, I didn't really like that at first, but it worked. A lot of people, you know, they think it's fun. So.
But he hates promoting his show. He hates promoting it. He thinks it's begging. You can go to Don Lemon, who has a million followers, Joy Breed, and all these other big TikTokers like Dean and Parker, and they always thank people and ask for their donations because these guys are what we have now as our media. These little spaces that you're seeing, you must support these small outlets because we can't get real news from CNBC or MSNBC or whatever all that shit is. We can't get real news. Like today we learned that in Israel, there is outbreaks. People are protesting, but because the major news is run by Zionists, we're not seeing that even some Israelis are protesting against that government. But here we'll learn that in other lives that you guys support, like Olive's live, you will learn those things. So keep supporting these lives, guys. It really makes a difference. And when things really get rough, we'll have a place to congregate and support and uplift each other.
Absolutely, yeah. And to that point on the tube, you can find me there because I know eventually they're gonna just unalive us from TikTok. So when that happens, and I'm sure it will happen, you can go to the tube and find me that way. But to your point, Maverick, about us not being able to get good news, like this news article should be everywhere in every publication on every continent in every country. Man charged with theft after allegedly swallowing Fabergé pendant in jewelry store. This is important news that you never hear about anywhere else but here. Fucking, can you imagine this guy's in the fucking jewelry store trying to swallow a Fabergé egg or a Fabergé pendant?
Did he live?
Yes. Yeah, no, they charged. 32-year-old ingested the 18-karat gold egg.
Damn, he was smart.
Yeah, see, that's the
He
kind
was
of
so
importance
close. He was so
Listen,
close.
we could
Our
have
need
worked
for
with him
this.
and got him into a truck and gave him some Metamucil for the next 3 days. And see if we could
Like, we got you. It was worth $33,500.
Or take him to Taco Bell. Take him to Taco Bell, get a couple burrito supremes.
That's all you got to do. That's all you got to do.
Hey, really quick, so President Dipshit's gonna have a big response at 1:30. No one really knows what it's about, but my guess is that they're bringing back the McRib, and he's announcing it.
Hey!
And really quick, if you want sober Canadians up here, Olive's not the one.
Don't talk badly about Olive.
And she's got a handle Canadian Miss
No.
she downs every day.
You don't know. She's a boss. She's a boss. I can't say it. BITCH. She's a boss. She's not.
Yeah, she's the boss.
She doesn't have time for that,
handle
Chico.
whiskey.
Anyway, I was wondering if we could go back to so they brought up impeachment. Now, if we impeach him, I'm kind of not so happy because the person I really didn't like, J.D. Vance, then what? He gets
he's
to...
the best. JD.
He is the worst.
JD's the best.
He's more dangerous than Trump because he's not an asshole.
He is a true populist. He comes from Appalachia.
J.D. Vance?
And he's super smart.
He's the first drag queen vice president.
Nobody liked J.D. Vance.
Oh, people love JD.
Miss Maybelline.
No.
And his drag name is Miss Ashley Furniture. So JD Vance is a walking joke.
No,
Ashley Furniture? I can't.
His real name is Vladimir Putin.
No, his real name is like,
Futon.
his real name is like 4 names back. He changed it 4 names.
Yes.
4 names, 4 times.
His eyeliner, I call him Miss Maybelline. I wish he would stop stealing all the eyeliner so women can
Honestly, JD was partly what convinced me to vote for Trump. So I was sort of on the fence about Trump. I voted for Biden in 2020. And I was sort of on the fence in, the last election. And then I saw JD.
America, why don't you contact JD on Grindr?
Why did you like JD, America?
So when I saw JD debate Vance, in the VP debate, JD had called Trump all kinds of names, right? And they asked him the question, "Hey, you said all these things about Trump, how horrible he is, explain that." And he said, "You know what? I was wrong." And you very rarely see a politician who just straight up admits that they were totally wrong about something super important. And he did. And then he went through the whole.
Funding was about to get cut off. Like Teal has his hand like all the way up there, and Vance is not even a person at this point. He's just a puppet. So
that's my he was
fear
being
is like,
genuine.
Or and that's very naive of you, American. Come on.
I think he's very genuine. The way that he grew up,
us, guys.
Yes,
raised by his grandmother. His mother was an addict. He grew up and he saw the coring out of the America heartland, right? Saw basically, all of his friends and peers, living their sort of loser lives, and he got out of it. And he really cares about the American people.
How did he get out of it? Bullshit. How did he get out of it?
By working hard and having good genes.
But that doesn't make it real.
That's utter bullshit.
Having good genes. Are you trying to evoke a response? Is that why you said that?
Yeah.
Well, you don't think that intelligence is mostly genetic?
I think so. Using that as the basis for an argument is very.
Well, I'm saying he's a hard worker too. You can't just have good genes, right?
He isn't a hard worker. He was groomed by he was groomed by a bunch of billionaires, man.
What before he got into Yale while he was in high school?
Yeah. This dude has had it up his ass the whole time.
If you look
So he was
into-
so impressive in high
guys.
school that
Wait,
billionaires
you're
took notice.
Listen to what Listen to what Congress is saying. How do you think he afforded Yale? Go ahead, Congress.
Yeah, I mean, it was from a young age, a very young age, at least high school, if not earlier, because
And the man was in his 70s. He was in his 70s grooming this boy.
Yeah. If he was so poor, coming from Appalachia and all this stuff, like, how did he go to Yale? He didn't get scholarships. Like, it was paid for.
So he was so impressive in high school. Even back then, even at an early age, people could see what a remarkable man he was, or that he was going to
that
be.
He was easy to groom.
Exactly. That he was
also saying that it is possible, America, that Miss J.D. Vance was also on the island, but not as a person who was an adult, but a person who was probably trafficked himself.
So you're saying Usha was part of the Epstein trafficking, and somehow they set Usha
not
up
the wife
with
that looks like a
JD?
raccoon. You're making that up, America. I want you to listen to me very carefully.
I'm just trying to clarify.
I'm going to say this so you can understand. There are reports coming out. Now, this is just for entertainment purpose only. We don't know. We haven't been able to fact check it. That Miss J.D. Vance, as a youngster, probably 17, 16, a picture was taken of him also on that island. But people are saying he probably was trafficked himself, because don't forget, it's not just girls that were trafficked. Boys are also trafficked. So they're thinking that Miss J.D. Vance knows a lot more about this and was groomed by this 70-plus-year-old billionaire that thought that he was so wonderful, that this may have been the type of relationship it was. Now, that has to be verified and confirmed, and we're not able to do that yet, but we're looking into that.
This is a fascinating narrative. But as Bill pointed out, and I forgot the timeline, he actually joined the Marines after high school and then served, in Iraq. So I think there's a lot of holes in your story here. I think it's much more sensible to say that he's an impressive man who worked very hard, and then people, over time recognized his talent. And sure, you're going to support talent.
He wrote
I
a
don't think there's any
shitty
sort of
book.
grand
He wrote a
conspiracy here.
shitty book, and then he got a movie made out of it. What are you talking about?
Let me ask you this, America. Do you believe that every one of your phone calls and text messages should be surveilled by the government without a warrant?
Like Patriot Act kind of stuff?
Yeah. Do you agree with that?
And all that
generally, yeah.
Teal.
Yeah, it was just a overt surveillance state. Do you like that?
Well, so ideally, no. But in practice, here's my take. The panopticon is already here. The thing isn't so much can we stop the surveillance as can we ensure that everyone, including the powerful, are also surveilled. So I think that we have to kind of go in the opposite direction because we can't go backwards. Right now, the powerful surveil us, and that's to their benefit, right? The only thing we can do is push it further so that even they are under the microscope too.
So even though you disagree with it, you're going to accept it and not say anything about it and try to keep it from happening?
No, I'm saying that we can't stop it, so we might as well go as far as we can. Body cams are a good example, right? Body cams are a great example.
We can stop it, and here's what the point. The reason why I asked you this is because Narya Capital is something that J.D. Vance got into right after Teal put his hand up his butt, right? And Narya Capital deals with AI surveillance and military tech. So J.D. Vance is very much in favor of this AI surveillance state that you just said that you didn't like. And we certainly can't stop something if we're literally supporting, as you're doing, the people who are trying to put it on us. So if you aren't willing to try and stop it from happening, then maybe we are fucked here.
Well, take body cams, for example, right? So there was certainly surveillance before police started having body cams. But if we start to survey, the people in power, and of course cops are pretty low on the power rung, but still they're there, right? If we start to ensure that everyone's being watched, then I think that's much more practical than trying to say, hey, let's get rid of all surveillance. It's just never going to happen.
So are we going to watch people have islands like the Epstein
Comparing body cams to the surveillance state that we're talking about is weird because body cams,
the direction we should go in.
Body cams show what they can see in public as public officials, as public servants. right? This is something that, like, if you can see it with your eyes, you can record it, generally speaking, right? And so that is far different than them literally reading all of our texts, emails, and like Google and them have already said that they're going to start reading emails and stuff, all of your emails, and run it through AI. So that is coming, and we can stop it, but we can't stop it if we support people like JD Vance.
Well, let me use a different word then, transparency. So the more transparent the operations of the powerful are, whether in politics or in corporations or in private, I think the better off we'd be. And I think most people would agree that
so
more
America,
transparency is
do
better,
you
right?
feel that after the Patriot Act, when we gave up, our privacy in exchange for did we get transparency?
Well, see, that's the thing, is the powerful are always going to find loopholes. The only way to really do this, because they're the ones making the laws, right? So even if we imagine that somehow the powerful are going to pass laws that they can't do this or they can't do that, they're always going to find loopholes. The only way to really level the playing field is to force the surveillance on them too, under, and we can use the word transparency, right? And then that way, at least we're all on a level playing field.
So let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Should we be able to know what childbearing hips Elon Musk did when he went into the treasury with cots and teenagers, and they put that Starlink's computer against the treasury's computers and got all of our information? Do you think we have a right to know exactly what childbearing hips is holding on to in his computers and things of that nature about the American people?
Childbearing hips?
Childbearing hips, Elon Musk. Go ahead.
Oh, it's your nickname. Oh, yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying is transparency, full transparency at every level.
But they won't tell us what childbearing hips got. We know that he got all of our information. We know that he stored it in somewhere in that Starlink's garbage that he has, but they won't tell us anything else. So what should be done about that?
So we're on the same page. I'm advocating for fuller transparency across the board. Right now, they know everything about us, but we don't know anything about them. I think you would agree with, right?
And then so you give them more of the ability to know more about you, and then you think they're gonna.
They already know everything.
Your theory is flawed. Like
they already know everything.
People in positions of power must be held to a higher standard of accountability than the rest of us. They have to be held to that standard. So I agree with you that like there needs to be transparency and surveillance on those that are in positions of power. But for the rest of us, all it does is endanger our lives. Like people.
And I want to
being surveilled.
Sorry, Congress. Sorry.
No, you're fine. I get your passion. That's me too.
So I would say that there's still something, right? Our currency, right? They want it to all go digital. And that's probably the most important thing, especially in America, is the almighty dollar bill. That's the last thing that we still have in our control that we can actually utilize in ways where they don't really get to know. And that really pisses them off. And so I would say we still have something. Now they're after that too. And so should we go ahead and give that over? And then what? We're going to think like they're not going to follow every transaction we make, and they're going to be all of a sudden really transparent with their transactions?
I think the more information that's out there, the better that we all are off. I think the worst position to be in is where the powerful know everything about us and we don't know anything about them. And I think from a practical standpoint, it's going to be much easier to force transparency on the powerful than somehow reverse the last 20 years of work that they've done to basically see everything that, about every American citizen.
What leverage would we have to do that, to make them be transparent?
Well, we have to get someone like Trump into power who's beholden neither to the Democrats or the Republicans, who's sort of his own guy who does what he wants, and to push through, good legislation.
You're so funny.
Which we would have to nuke the filibuster, because right now the Republicans in the Senate are the problem. The Republicans in the Senate are basically saying, fuck you to Trump, and we have to get rid of them.
Wait, what? Sure. I think you're living in a different reality than the rest of us, because I watch C-SPAN like religiously. That is my religion, is politics, and that's not what's happening. They are capitulating to everything that Trump is asking them to do. And I don't see that how allowing them to surveil us more is going to somehow provide us with more transparency. They own all the systems and are clearly never going to allow us access to them. So
They're
You're
already surveilling us at max
the
level.
only
Real quick, guys.
way that you can
Real quick. My live studio fucked up again. So I'm gonna have to restart the live studio. The live shouldn't shut down. I just want, in case it does, that's what happened. But it shouldn't cause a problem. But I'll be right back. Guys, go ahead.
Okay. Well, what I would say is, in just terms of anything, right? America, like when you have two different.
And to the people on YouTube, I am just restarting right now. So give me just a second and we'll get it started again. Here we go. Let me refresh and see if there's anybody actually watching. Currently, nobody's watching, but here we go. Go live. Come on now. Continue.
Can you hear Dawn?
All right. I'm back. Did it fuck something up?
Well, somebody in the comments said they can't hear her. Dawn was.
It may have been because I restarted. So you might have been able to hear each other, and the comments may not have been able to hear anything. So, but I'm back now. I don't know why it's doing that. Who knows? Anyway, go ahead. I'm sorry. Make your points.
I'll just repeat it really fast. If you have two groups of people that are trying to attain something, right, and the way in which they have to come together and get whatever either one wants is by using some sort of leverage over the other or collateral of some sort, because you can't make somebody that's not in the interest of what you're doing do it for you in any other shape or form, especially with the government, right? I mean, you can't have just like these little types of talks where we talk about the good intentions and how it will be, great. It's like that's not what it's all about. We all know that it's pretty much we live in a world where it's whoever has the worst blackmail at this point on each other wins, or whoever has the most leverage and power and collateral over the other. So as much as I guess you're optimistic that the government will somehow give ante up on information that they're doing when they have at some point when they have the most absolute control over us is kind of strange.
Well, it's really hard to take away power once power has been given, right? So, like, for example, Congress gave the president the War Powers Act, right? And now he can basically go to war without calling it a war whenever he wants, right?
Yeah.
And our intelligence agencies and the NSA, they've already got all this power in terms of surveillance. And sure, we could try to pass laws to restrict that, and I'd be fine with that. But what I'm saying is that practically speaking, it's going to be much more politically possible to push for transparency at the highest levels, rather than sort of clawing back all the surveillance state that they've implemented. I think they're already at max.
Well,
right. I don't think there's much more that they can do to surveil.
Well, it's money. I brought up money.
So what we're accepting here, though, guys, is a violation of this. Very simply, this is the Fourth Amendment. The right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrant shall issue but upon probable cause, supported by oath or affirmation, in particular describing the place to be searched and the person or things to be seized. We have forgotten that this exists, and that everything that they do has to abide by this fucking Constitution. And right now we're having a discussion about the fact that, and we're accepting it as if it's okay. It's not okay. Just because somebody in the past did something that was a violation of the Constitution doesn't mean that we're supposed to accept it. And I'm talking to a guy who probably at one point has stated openly that the Second Amendment was there to protect the other amendments. So when you say we have nothing to do, I thought that's what the Second Amendment was for. Yet here you are advocating for just completely ignoring the constitutional restrictions that are placed on our government.
Hey, I'm not saying. I mean, I'd be with you to push back on surveillance. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying in terms of practical politics, it's going to be much easier to push surveillance on the powerful than to.
America, do you think? Did I hear you correctly? Do you think President Trump is the transparency president? Because he calls himself that.
Oh, he actually is. He has cabinet meetings all the time.
Yes. So let me ask you this.
You might not watch them.
I know. But when he promised to release his taxes, I mean,
He never did.
When he won, why did he literally fight tooth and nail and wants to start a WAR to block the Epstein files?
So he, as I understand it, he did sign the Epstein bill that was passed recently.
Yeah,
so I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, he signed it only after they had sent 1,000 FBI agents to go through it and redact names.
Yeah.
To protect victims?
Whistleblower that
No,
says
not
it
to
cost
protect
us millions
victims.
of dollars of
Mm-mm.
FBI. Let me finish. It cost us over $1 million in FBI hours to white out his name and redact his name from those files. But you know what? You're gonna still, no matter what happens, America, no matter what, even if it found that he did a little kids, you would blame the little girl. Well, she shouldn't have.
No. We're not gonna say that,
right.
but like
I will say that.
Well, America, I
Well-
just want to know. I'm genuinely curious because you're saying that
I second that, Chico. I'm with you.
I want to genuinely understand how you think that we can make them after whatever we make it more surveillance and go with it, right? Like you said, what would make us be able to get the information on them and have this transparency? What would be the thing, just finish it for me so I understand what you're saying, like how you would get the results that you're saying.
Okay, well, I guess so. Freedom of Information Act, we could enlarge in that, right, so that it can gain access to more documents and less redactions, I suppose. We could ensure that those closed door.
Oh no.
Sorry, I got a phone call. So we could make sure that there's no more closed sessions, closed door sort of negotiations. Everything's taped and transcribed and videotaped and put up, on the internet so anyone can see it. I mean, there's going to be pushback on like national security concerns, right? But I think that that's where, we can make gains in saying, hey, national security isn't just anything that you say it is, right? I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of smart, creative people out there that I'm sure have better proposals for government transparency.
Well, they won't. They won't do it to themselves. We'll have to force them. And to that point, when you support people like J.D. Vance while simultaneously saying we need not to do this or I don't like it, means that you really, at the end of the day, don't care. You don't really care because you're supporting somebody who is in favor of the surveillance state and will not surveil himself.
Well,
in
terms of surveillance and priorities, political priorities, I do have higher political priorities than surveillance and transparency. For instance, moving from a consumer economy to a manufacturing economy, moving away from being the global policeman to actually taking care of our own country. And I mean, I could go down the list of things that I think are more important than surveillance.
You know what's real? I'm just gonna throw this out there, right? And everyone can just do what you will with it. But I looked up how many children go missing in some of the most powerful countries in current day. And if you look up those numbers, man, it is wild.
Okay, what does that have to do with now? What is your insinuation there? I don't really.
I'm just gonna leave it there because I don't want to get I don't want anything to happen to this.
Are you suggesting that the larger countries have more children go missing than smaller countries? Like the more powerful they are?
No.
Okay.
No. Well, wait. Say that again. I didn't.
That the bigger, more powerful the country is, the more children go missing, or I'm not sure I understood what you were getting at.
Slightly, yes, slightly.
Well, we know that certain countries engage in this, through the emails that we've read between Ehud Barak and Epstein. So, to that point anyway. But again, if somebody is supporting J.D. Vance, it's hard for me to take them seriously when they then say that they don't want a surveillance state, because that's what's coming. That's why I think Vance is more dangerous than Donald Trump, because, he's like the Triple K member with the hood on, but then takes it off and shows you his face, whereas Vance, he just keeps the hood on. So you never know who he is.
Yeah, and that's why, like, I think that, like, so when you have, like, a person that, like, let's say lies to you over and over again for, I don't know, something like 50 years, at some point, I think it's okay to expect them to continue to lie to you. And even if they tell you they're not, and they're going to be transparent, I think it's rational for, somebody to say, I don't believe you. And
right.
kind of not engage then with them for information anymore,
Of course. Yeah, I mean, when you know that somebody is a liar and you continue to believe them, at some point it's on you. It's your fault. Like, you knew they were a liar and yet you believed them anyway. Real quick, Maverick, thank you for the $25. I appreciate that. Guys, I'm $30 away from the total live goal. So if you want to help out, you can send some gifts. Looking for 5 more tiaras. Make me look pretty. And or Crash App and Vimo. The stuff is on my bio. You can click on my bio and you'll see it there at the
Hey, host, I got a
listening.
poll, but
Wait, one
Maverick.
second, Chico. Wait a minute, darling. Guys, let's tap to 100K likes. It's
15K to go.
15K to go, guys. So tap that screen. I'm sorry, Chico. Go ahead.
Maverick, I like the cut of your jib. We're exactly alike. I am not allowed in Republican or Democrats' lives, because Democrats' lives think I'm vulgar and cruel, but I say the truth. But I'm gonna follow you, Maverick. You and I are cut from the same stone. Fuck them.
Okay, Chico. I'll follow you back. Just keep coming back to this live, because you can say whatever the hell you want here, okay?
Well, within TikTok limitations, they're
language.
Yeah.
I thought for a while they wouldn't even let you say that, like, cash, word cash. You couldn't say the other
cash.
APP.
Oh, well, I say crash. That's why I say crash, because if I put it up on the screen, it will ding me. It'll give me a banana for sending people off of the platform.
Yeah.
So, but so far I've been okay. And other people do it, like Dean and Parker, like their shit's up on their live all the time. They get all kinds of fucking shit from their, that's why I often question the validity of them being like independent and on their own, because they get away with some things that other people would not.
And they'll have 5,000 people in a room, so like there's clearly being like someone is definitely watching that live, like, so it's like when it's let go, it's like, wait, what? Like,
right. And when you think about it, like, I like what they do, but it's, I don't know, to me, I've sat and watched them if I'm doing nothing, whatever, but it's, I don't know, it's not all that entertaining, because it's kind of the same thing over and over again.
Yeah.
Of course, I guess one could make that argument about these panels too, but I don't know. I guess it's a difference of
well, listen, I have someone that's
preference.
A friendly in the comments, and the assault is on, guys. This person's got their account taken from TikTok and got permanently bananaed. Who's a friend of mine, and she's definitely brings the knowledge and doesn't have too much of a biting sort of, and they took her pages. So they're definitely after these so-called liberal pages, or these pages that are questioning what's going on.
Oh yeah,
with the administration and with the Zios and all of that. So don't be
well,
surprised.
it's kind of, it's really weird. I think like I see like even from a year ago, you could never say the full word of AB, and now you can.
Oh really?
Well, yeah, like you see it all the time.
Don't say it because they still.
Yeah, I don't.
Depends on who it is.
Well, it's just I don't either, because I just don't risk it. Better safe than sorry. But the thing is, it's like you see it like now. It's like fine. You do see that it's fine to say now on a big way, and then But what I think is you're gonna slowly see like people are going to be like, where's this person anymore? Or where is that person?
Right.
Unless they make
It's
like a whole
happening to
nother
me right
account.
now.
It's
Yeah,
happening
yeah.
right now. Yeah.
Yeah,
Listen,
I'll go
on
from 250 people to 100
30.
people and then down to 30.
Yep, and stuck there.
Yep.
And stuck there.
Yeah,
That's
it's
crazy.
yeah, it is. It's weird. I don't get it. You know.
Yeah, but I've noticed that in certain lives you can say WHITE, but on Black lives we have to say YT because a lot of Black creators got snatched, got their lives taken down. So it all depends on on a lot of MAGA lives. They say a lot of racist stuff.
Well, like Brian Rundle. Do you guys know Brian Rundle?
No.
No.
Yeah, he's not even vulgar at all, and he just got his account bananaed, and he'll run with like 300 people in his show like every day.
Wow.
Like the whole
Do you know
time
that
he's on.
I've never had my live access taken away except for twice. One was only about a month or two ago. Yeah, no,
Except for
no,
twice.
no, like seriously. But if you know me, I've been on here a long time, and
That
like,
is surprising.
isn't that
Yes,
surprising? And
it
so,
is.
and it's only been in the last, let's say, month and a half. It was a month and a half ago, and last night.
Yeah, no, that makes sense because, they had said back in, I think it was July, they were like, we finalized the deal with Oracle and TikTok. And then you heard absolutely nothing about it. And people are, even liberals would be like, well, they're still working it out. I'm like, no, they said they finished it. And so, and I told people, I'm like, they're not just going to go in there and just unalive every liberal creator or anti-Zio creator. It's going to be subtle. It's going to be slow. They're going to try to push people out by dropping your numbers and your gifts and your money, and it's happening. It's literally happening.
Sacred Space says she couldn't find you for 2 months.
Yeah, and there you go. Because I go every day. Well, this says Monday through Friday, but it's Tuesday through Saturday, every day for the last 7 or 8 months or so.
Right.
Yeah,
I can't find you when you're on that little circle thing. When you come on, some days I can. Like the other day when I was glitching out, they wouldn't even let me on your deal because it was doing something. But she says that she couldn't find you for 2 months, and I'm nobody, and they took her down for 2 months. Damn.
Yeah, and I've had my stuff taken down, and like I've only been on here since June, so like who am I? And there's another live that Suppressed and I join in the evenings that is like political discussions. It's super chill and mellow and like a family style atmosphere. And his page was taken down for several days the other day for two people having an argument in the panel, but it wasn't anything bad. It's definitely, if you're left, you gotta still use all the careful words for sure.
But you know what Benjamin Netanyahu said? He wants to change the narrative. He wants to control the propaganda that comes out of these apps. That's why they needed to buy them. I had 2 other accounts that were permanently banana. One with $200+ on it, the other with a bunch of coins, and they don't give you your money back. So, and this one here has been, what do they call it? Not flagged.
Shadow banned.
No, they give it a word now. They
a strike.
Striked it. And the strike was that I wrote in a comment section, they own this app now. They gave me a strike for writing, they own this app now. I could have been talking about gorillas, monkeys, baboons. Why would somebody give you a strike for saying they own this app now? Make that make sense.
I got a strike for saying, I posted a video after the CK thing, just saying that we should not be supporting people on either side that are not willing to have good faith, healthy debates. That's all I said, and it got me a strike.
That's crazy.
Crazy.
Yeah, it's and I always found it frustrating when like Republicans for a long time they were like, oh, they're coming out, they're hurting our free speech, and they're coming after Republicans for believing whatever. And this was around the same time that I got banned for life from the tube as a liberal, and I'm like, it's everybody. They just want to control you. They don't care if you're a fucking Republican or a Democrat. If you don't put up with bullshit and are willing to call whatever it is out, they don't like it because they can't trust you. Yeah.
Well, I have 4 accounts, and 2 of them, if I sign into them, everything is erased.
Oh wow.
And I said, what happened? Because it was like really weird. Everything is like I just created it.
That is crazy.
Super weird, yeah.
Now, did you like go for a long period of time without using it, or
no?
Yeah, no, they're doing some weird shit. It's like this morning, or yesterday. Hell, I was like 27 people. I haven't had that few people in my life for like 7 months.
Yeah.
So they're doing something. Some fuckery is afoot. But that's okay. We'll keep going. That's why I say, if go to the tube and follow me there, because I can have guests on the tube as well. Like this, I can hold panels on the tube. I did it when I got a week-long banana. Of course, there's not as many people, and but you do what you got to do, I guess.
Yeah, no, it works. I mean, it's hard on YouTube for some reason. It's so hard to find people on there.
Yeah.
What the heck is that about? I don't get it.
What about?
Like I was looking up somebody, like, and I had everything spelled right. I checked it a million times. It still like wouldn't come up, and like I was just like, what is wrong? I had to go like I went through all like the searches, like onto the next page, maybe it's at the it's not gonna pop up as like number 10. Maybe it's like gonna pop up later on the list. Well, I kept looking and looking, and like no matter how I would search for this person, I could not pull up their fucking YouTube. And I was like, this is fucking crazy. Like I was contacting them at the same time. Like I'm putting in the right information and I can't get to your stuff. Like I don't know. It was really weird. But
yeah, I wonder if they're doing something where they don't want like opposition to see certain creators, because what that does is it creates echo chambers where you essentially have everybody with similar ideologies on the panel, and to most viewers that's not that entertaining because you don't have that debate. So I wonder if that's like one of the ploys, because I really don't, aside from today, like it's hard to find any opposition anymore.
Well, that's why, like, America, do you know anything about America AM? AM.
Yeah, I don't know anything about him. I'm not. He may have been up here
poses as
before.
the left. He poses as the left under another name, and he poses as MAGA under America Amen.
So the stuff he's saying today, he just doesn't even necessarily believe.
We don't know. He's a big man of mystery. We don't know what he is.
I see.
He was gaslighting us with that foolishness.
Yeah.
Listen, Sacred Space said, she still can't find some of her followers. So they're disappearing people's followers now. I know that the tube was dumping subscribers off of people would have 300 subscribers or 4,000, and all of a sudden they would disappear their subscribers and make them start back over. So now these people can't even find their followers, which is weird.
That's weird.
Yeah,
That's why
this
when
is
I'm
crazy.
looking for certain people that I was following, I find myself unfollowed from that person. And I followed them, like Jasmine Crockett. I followed her 3 or 4 times, and then every time I go back, I'm unfollowed from her. So they have the power to do that.
Well, that's I had that happen a few times too, but I kind of just thought, oh, it was me, and I didn't like.
Yeah.
But then
first, yeah.
Yeah, and then it's no, if it's happening a lot, that's crazy. And then, well, like I think that there's something to that, like you're saying. I think that to keep like this going, there's people that are like posing as controlled like opposition in a sense on these panels to kind of because like it's like almost like more and more people are agreeing on here.
They don't want that. They don't want that.
No.
That's why Milkowski, Benjamin Netanyahu, said that we have to get control of TikTok.
Yep.
Because they want to. Who was that said that? Play that video of the woman who talking about doing the education about the Holocaust backfired on them because.
Oh yeah, that's Sarah Hurwitz. Sarah Hurwitz.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can find it. This was just a couple days ago. Hurwitz. Yeah, there it is.
Social media is now our source of media. Right? It is shaped, its algorithms are shaped by billions of people worldwide who don't really love Jews. So you have TikTok just smashing our young people's brains all day long with video of carnage in Gaza. And this is why so many of us can't have a sane conversation with younger Jews, because anything that we try to say to them, they are hearing it through this wall of carnage. So I want to give data and information and facts and arguments, and they are just seeing in their minds carnage, and I sound obscene.
They're seeing babies with bullets inside of their heads.
I know.
I can't imagine why that might upset them.
Unfortunately, the very smart, I think, bet that we made on Holocaust education to serve as anti-Semitism education, in this new media environment, I think that is beginning to break down a little bit. Because, Holocaust education is absolutely essential. But I think it may be confusing some of our young people about anti-Semitism because they learn about big, strong Nazis hurting weak, emaciated Jews. And they think, oh, anti-Semitism is like anti-black racism, right? Powerful white people against powerless black people. So when on TikTok all day long they see powerful Israelis hurting weak, skinny Palestinians, it's not surprising that they think, oh, I know, the lesson of the Holocaust is you fight Israel. You fight the big, powerful people hurting the weak people.
Jeez.
It's like, yes, you fight the big, powerful people that are hurting the weak people. Yes, that is correct, lady.
Isn't she insane?
That is insane. She was the speechwriter for Al Gore, Hillary Clinton, fucking Wesley Clark, I believe John Kerry, Barack Obama. And you tell me, and Scratch is like, yeah, but that's like Zog.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're not wrong, Doll, that like there are people absolutely like infiltrating and trying to pretend that they're on one side just so that they can disrupt lives. Because we had in the evening live that I joined, we had somebody that was like every night he was there for months. He was a regular guest on the panels, totally seemed supportive and like, but he would always disrupt the conversations like, oh, I love you guys so much. Like I learned so much here, just like distracting everyone. And then someone came in the other night and said he was going onto their panel and acting like a MAGA supporter and talking about how we needed to deport everybody and all this stuff. So we instantly banned him, but like it's absolutely happening. And their goal is to just distract from like the actual conversations happening.
Yeah. Maverick, what does that sound like? What she just said. Doesn't that sound like something that was going on with me?
Yep, exactly.
I'm telling you, they have these pre-established groups on here that latch onto anybody that comes and starts a fucking live. You'll get, I want to be your mod. Let me be your mod. Let me be your mod. I'll do your mod stuff. They'll send somebody in to say the N-word over and over again. Oh, I'll take care of it. Just mod me.
Yep.
And then fucking 6 months down the road.
6 months down the road. Yep.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. You got ops on your that has infiltrated your lives. Does that sound
That's right.
familiar?
Yep.
They're like viruses.
The motherfuckers. I started noticing every time I'd get up over 150 people, these same motherfuckers would then want to come up on the panel and just crash out on everybody and say shit that would get the live bananaed, and it kept happening and kept happening and kept happening.
And over.
Yeah.
Over and over.
It's purposeful. These fuckers are real. They're real clever. They are very clever.
It must be exhausting to be that demonic that you want to control everything about people. And just instead of being a decent person, just be decent people. Just don't unalive babies. Just don't steal people's
right.
for you. Just be decent.
But we're the chosen people.
Yeah.
And suppressed. It was That's what I'm saying is not that you know who it was. It was So that's how crazy it is.
Right.
Yeah. So it's actually a little comforting to know that it wasn't even just me.
No, because look at a Sacred. She's still trying to find. She told me I was one of her followers on one of my other accounts, and she's still trying to look for followers because they're all disappearing. It's crazy.
Yeah, but I don't know. They do whatever they can to fuck with you. And if that doesn't work, they'll just start a live and go live the same times and the same days as you and take all of your people.
And see, you have 14,000 followers and I only have a few. Little old me. The whole time you're working with a damn group of people to do crazy, stupid things on top of all the rest of the garbage that you have to put up with this app. It's crazy.
Wild. And I don't know if this person's part of some grand fucking conspiracy, but when it just keeps happening, just consistently, you gotta ask. You gotta wonder. Crazy shit. Well, anyway, I have not met the live goal for today. That's okay. The show ends at 1. We did get close, and I appreciate everybody for being here. I thought it was a great live. I thought it was a lot of fun, and I appreciate all
Carol
the
hasn't spoken.
opposition.
You gotta let Carol.
Has Carol? Oh, Carol, go ahead.
Never said a word.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
I don't know how I ended up here. I have a cat that sits on my iPad all the time, and he gets me invited to all these lives.
Who is it?
My cat. So I was kind of dozing on and off and listening to all of you, and I really enjoyed listening. I love you guys. I'm definitely a friendly. I'm an American, and it's interesting because this is Canadian, right?
No.
No, this is I'm American.
The Canadian, there was a Canadian
red-blooded
up
American.
here.
There was, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. I thought there was somebody.
Yeah.
on here.
No,
Yeah,
we had a U.S. versus Canadian rumble like a few weeks back. It was interesting, but no, we're the American side.
Oh well.
Are you Canadian?
Excuse me?
Are you Canadian?
No, I'm American.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, no, and I don't want us turning Canada into the 51st state.
Well, let me ask. I feel like I have to at this point. Is your cat Canadian?
No, he's half Maine Coon. He's from Maine.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah.
My wife has wanted a Maine Coon for a long time.
Get one.
Yeah.
They're wonderful.
Yeah, the beast. The
Yeah,
beast
yeah.
cats. Well, it's funny though. Like, was there anything in particular you would like to address from what we were talking about specifically?
I don't know. I'm just so disgusted with this whole thing. I was really down yesterday listening. I was on a live for a couple hours too. One of these, like you, had both sides. And it gets depressing after a while listening because I'm a senior and I've been around a while and I know what we were like before Donald Trump got involved, and it's just, I don't know, it's very depressing to me.
Yeah.
The way things are going, and it's scary.
Yeah, I agree.
What's scaring you? What
The power that he has, the power that he has and the people he surrounds himself with, it's just if you look at the list of people that he has pardoned, that he has hired, appointed, most of them are criminals in one way or another. It's really scary. I mean, I'm from New Jersey, so I spend a lot of time in the city. Always watched, New York news and everything. And in the 80s, he was a bad person way back then too. So,
why do you think our government has allowed this person to gain all of this power and control? Do you think that the Democrats allowed this to happen as well?
no, I think that he's supported by the really wealthy, all the billionaires and things. And money talks, I mean, that's the bottom line. I think, he's influenced by, he's influenced internationally. I mean, he's always praising the bad guys, you know what I mean? And he's always bringing us down and bad-mouthing American presidents. It's just, I understand the personality. He's a narcissist and he lies, and that's the personality, and there's no changing it. There's no way to change it.
Did you think anything was bad though before Trump?
Oh yeah, we've had our problems for sure, but nothing like this. Nothing like this. This is just so way out that sometimes I wonder if we're in the twilight zone. It's just, I don't know.
Do you
My
think
dad
though
was a
that
real
there was like? Do you think that
We
it's like
are
those?
in the Twilight Zone.
Yeah. Well, I'm also probably from the same area you're from, Carol. I moved out to Arizona though 8 years ago, and I watched, certain things happen and stuff, and how it changed dramatically. And I guess I would say is I don't think we just got here like we just woke up here on a random Tuesday and all of a sudden everything changed. I think
no.
I think there was a lot of things in the last I would say 20 years at least that really were a whiplash kind of situation where we're all trying to recover from. But it definitely has. I think there's this expansion of power that's been unchecked for a long time, and it's actually, when you really look at it, like that's why like it's kind of surprising we've lasted this long.
Yeah, well, I think it has to do with the internet. We didn't know half of the stuff that we know now because of the internet, and it's all coming out now, and I don't know, it's really scary.
Yeah, because I've seen it for a while. Like during Obama, that's how my audience on the tube ended up being Republicans, because I was very critical of Obama and all the bullshit that they keep doing. And then the moment Trump gets in office, of course they expected that I would swap over. And I'm like, no, he's a piece of shit too. So I mean, some of us are there, and it sucks that so many people like tried to turn a blind eye until it became Trump. But if Trump was the catalyst to get people to wake up, so be it.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. I mean, my dad fought in World War II, and I heard all the war stories. He was a corporate attorney, so he knew what was going on in the world, and he knew how bad Trump was. Also, being a corporate attorney, and it's just, I find that he started eating away at us. When did he run for? When was the first time he ran? 2000. Trump, didn't he try to run for president?
It was 2000. Yeah, under the Freedom Party, I think it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard for me to remember anymore. A lot of these things, but
Well, it was a very short campaign. And I don't even think he. I'm not sure he even made it to the primaries. Maybe he did, but
I don't know. I don't.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was.
I remember being shocked, absolutely shocked, and my dad, unfortunately, he passed away when Trump was in his first term, and I was really sad about that. I thought he was going to cry when he won that night. I really did. So I don't know. It's really difficult to accept for me.
Well, and to speak to what you were saying earlier about Trump being always engaged with like bad people, he just fucking pardoned a Democratic representative who had taken bribes from Azerbaijan, this energy company. The guy's name was Queller. I think he's Hispanic, so I'm not sure how you pronounce that name, but yeah, he just did that. As Democrats, like, he spoke the truth about open borders. So Trump is trying to claim that this guy was gone after by his own party because he spoke out against open borders or whatever. Like,
that shows how stupid he is.
Yeah. Thank you for the tiara. Did you see how pretty I looked? See, look at that.
Another one.
Thank you. Oh, Maverick, I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, so it's constant. This guy is just oh, thank you again. I'm so pretty.
And thank you, whoever sent things to me too. I never know who sends stuff.
Nice. Well, I appreciate that. I am not feeling well right now, so I do need to jump off. But I'll take one more tiara. Sweet. Thank you, Maverick. Oh, you finished the gold. Thank you. I appreciate
Well,
that.
I just, before you leave, I just want to say I'm sorry I said some mean things to you the last time I was here.
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Well, if I said something shitty to you, I'm sorry too, but you're always welcome up.
Thank you.
Yep.
Everybody gets frustrated.
I hope you feel better.
Yeah, no, my stomach is about to fall out onto the floor right now.
Oh, no.
Yeah. But anyway, thank you guys. I really appreciate it. And if I'm feeling good enough, I'll be back tomorrow at 9 a.m. Central Time. So we'll see you there, guys. Thanks a lot.
Thank
Peace.
you. Peace.